Jordan Scott crouches down, extending his hand toward the massive Nexus beast, a creature that has haunted Vulcan nightmares for millennia, while 12 blue-skinned alien children watch in horror, certain they're about to witness a brutal death. "Don't move," Flora hisses, her forearms trembling as she tries to pull Jordan back. "That's a Nexus beast. It's killed thousands of our people." The conservation habitat of Joint Research Station Harmony buzzes with emergency alarms. Red warning lights pulse across the transparent ceiling dome, casting eerie shadows through the artificial jungle. 6 hours until life support fails. 6 hours to escape with 12 terrified Vulcan students. And between them and the emergency exit stands 2 tons of muscle, fang, and claw, the most feared predator in the Vulcan evolutionary history. Jordan ignores Flora's warning. As Earth's leading xenobiologist specializing in predator rehabilitation, he recognizes the beast's behavior patterns. The low, rumbling growl, the slow, deliberate movement, the flattened sensory ridges along its spine. This isn't an attack posture, it's a territorial display. "Professor Krall needs medical attention," Jordan says quietly, glancing at the unconscious Vulcan teacher slumped against a boulder. The allergic reaction hit fast, leaving angry purple welts across the professor's blue skin. "We need to move through this sector to reach the emergency exit." "Impossible," Flora responds, her voice cracking. The 14-year-old Vulcan prodigy stands taller than Jordan despite her age, the ridge-like crest on her forehead flushing dark blue with fear. "Even our military units require heavy weaponry to—" "Trust me," Jordan interrupts, keeping his eyes fixed on the 6-legged predator that now sniffs the air cautiously. The station's automated voice echoes through the habitat. "Life support systems critical. Failure in 5 hours, 52 minutes. The lockdown had triggered without warning during what should have been a routine educational field trip. Now weapons systems are disabled, communications are down, and the Nexus beast previously secured in a specialized containment area roams free." Jordan takes another step forward. Behind him, 11 young Vulcans huddle around Flora, their 4-armed frames shaking. For centuries, their species has dominated interstellar politics through technological superiority and logical thinking. They've regarded humans as primitive, underdeveloped, barely worth diplomatic consideration. But logic offers no solution here. "Human Jordan Scott," Flora whispers urgently, "you cannot approach a Nexus beast. They evolved specifically to hunt our species. Their sensory systems are designed to detect Vulcan neural patterns. They are." The beast shifts, its massive shoulder plates rising as it focuses on Jordan. In the filtered light, its camouflaged skin ripples, matching the colors of the surrounding vegetation with uncanny precision. Only its 6 glowing amber eyes remain constant, fixed on the approaching human. Jordan keeps his movements slow, deliberate. He speaks in low, calm tones, not to the Vulcan children but to the beast itself. "Hey there, big guy. Not looking for trouble." The Nexus beast tilts its massive head, venomous fangs partially exposed. Its front claws dig into the soil, each razor-sharp appendage longer than a human forearm. Flora gasps as Jordan extends his hand toward the creature's armored snout. "Stop, you'll die." But Jordan continues his approach, maintaining direct eye contact with the predator. His hand, steady and open, reaches toward the very beast that has been the stuff of Vulcan nightmares for generations. The Nexus beast sniffs Jordan's outstretched fingers. Its growl softens to a rumbling purr. And then, to the absolute shock of every young Vulcan watching, the apex predator lowers its massive head and allows the human to place his hand directly on its armored skull. A strange silence falls over the habitat as 12 young Vulcans witness the impossible. The Nexus beast, their ancestral nightmare, stands docile under a human's touch. Jordan feels the creature's armored skull beneath his palm, its body heat radiating through tough, scaled hide. "How are you doing this?" Flora whispers, her forearms still frozen in their defensive posture. Jordan keeps his movements deliberate, his voice calm. Predators share patterns across star systems. This isn't my first apex species. He shifts slightly, maintaining contact with the beast. On Earth, we rehabilitate predators rather than exterminate them. I spent 3 years with the Conservation Corps working with similar creatures. The beast rumbles low in its throat, a sound between a purr and a growl. Jordan slides his hand down to a pressure point beneath its jaw, and the creature's massive head tilts in response. See these sensory ridges? Jordan gestures with his free hand. When they're flattened like this, it indicates curiosity, not aggression. Your species evolved seeing only the threat, never attempting to understand the behavior. The station's automated voice cuts through the tension. Life support systems critical. Failure in 5 hours, 28 minutes. Jordan makes a decision. We need to move. Professor Crowell needs medical attention, and we need to reach that exit. Flora stares at the beast, then at Jordan. Our military uses plasma rifles against these creatures. How can you? Different approach, Jordan interrupts. He reaches into his field kit, extracting a coil of carbon fiber rope and several carabiners. I'm going to create a simple harness. This beast knows the habitat better than we do. It can guide us and protect us from other escaped species. Jordan works quickly, fashioning the rope into a makeshift harness that loops around the creature's muscular shoulders without restricting movement. The Nexus beast tolerates the procedure with surprising patience. Flora, Jordan says, want to try? The Vulcan girl hesitates, her crest darkening. Generations of evolutionary fear war with scientific curiosity. After a moment, she takes a cautious step forward. Hold your hand like this, Jordan demonstrates, palm flat, fingers together, no sudden movements. Flora extends one trembling blue hand. The beast sniffs, its amber eyes narrowing. That's it, Jordan encourages. Now, slowly move to its flank where the armor plates overlap. Her fingertips make contact with the beast's side. A collective gasp rises from the other students. Flora's eyes widen, not with fear but wonder. Its skin changes temperature to match the environment, she observes, her scientific training asserting itself. And the texture shifts with its breathing pattern. First documented peaceful contact between a Vulcan and a Nexus beast, Jordan notes with a smile. Historical moment. The emergency lights flash again, reminding them of their situation. Jordan turns to address all 12 students. We're moving out now. Walk beside the beast, not behind it. Keep at least arm's length from its tail and back legs. He demonstrates the proper position. Match its pace and don't make high-pitched sounds. 2 of the younger students, identical twins with matching crests, shrink back against the artificial foliage. We cannot, one whispers. Vex is correct, the other adds. The risk calculation exceeds acceptable parameters. Jordan kneels to their eye level. Vox, I understand your fear, it's rational, but I promise I won't let anything happen to you. He reaches out, offering his hands. If it gets too scary, I'll carry you. The group begins moving through the habitat, Jordan leading with the harnessed Nexus beast, Professor Crowell draped carefully over another student's multiple arms. The artificial jungle grows denser as they navigate toward the central hub. A new sound stops them, a high-pitched yipping that echoes from multiple directions. Syrian hounds, Flora identifies, her voice tight with renewed fear. Pack hunters, they target neural patterns like ours. Jordan raises his hand for silence, studying the habitat ahead. Bioluminescent patterns flicker between trees. 6 creatures moving in formation. Unlike the solitary Nexus beast, these wolf-like predators hunt through coordination. They're setting up an ambush, Jordan whispers. Standard pack behavior. Earth wolves use similar tactics. He turns to the Nexus beast, placing his hand on its neck ridge. Time to show them whose territory this is. With precise movements, Jordan guides the beast forward, using pressure points to trigger a territorial display. The Nexus beast rises to its full height, shoulder plates extending. releasing a bellowing roar that shakes the artificial canopy. The Syrian hounds freeze, their bioluminescent patterns pulsing frantically before they scatter into the underbrush. A male Vulcan student steps forward, data pad in hand. "Fascinating," he says, recording the interaction. Military protocols would have mandated lethal force with resulting casualties. Terrell has studied defense strategies, Flora explains. They continue through the habitat, making quicker progress with the Nexus beast clearing their path. Jordan notices Terrell recording everything, the young Vulcan's initial skepticism giving way to methodical documentation. Near a maintenance junction, Jordan spots something out of place, a security panel with exposed circuitry. "Hold up," he calls, examining the damage. "This wasn't an accident. Someone deliberately cut these connections." Flora joins him. "Sabotage." A faint whirring sound draws Jordan's attention upward. Hovering in the shadows near the ceiling dome, a small metallic object tracks their movement. "Surveillance drone," Jordan identifies. "Not station design." With quick thinking, Jordan grabs a fallen branch and hurls it with precision. The drone sputters but remains airborne. He jumps, catching it on the second attempt, and brings it crashing down. The Vulcan students gather around as Jordan disassembles the device with his multi-tool. Transmitter, power cell, visual processor, standard stuff, but these components aren't compatible with station technology. He works methodically, repurposing pieces. "I can use these to build a rudimentary communicator, might bypass the lockdown protocols." Flora watches intently. "Our emergency procedures rely on station systems functioning correctly." "Sometimes analog solutions work when digital fails," Jordan replies, connecting wires from the drone to his personal comm unit. A groan from Professor Krall interrupts their work. The Vulcan teacher's condition has deteriorated, purple welts spreading across his face and neck. Jordan checks his pulse. His breathing's becoming labored. "We need to get him to the medical bay." Consulting the habitat map, Jordan identifies a critical problem. The medical bay is in Section 4, but the emergency exit is in Section 7, opposite directions. He studies the increasingly unstable readings on Professor Krall's biomonitor. "We need to split up." "Inadvisable," Terrell objects. Security protocols didn't account for sabotage," Jordan counters. He makes a quick decision. "Flora, take the communication components and lead most of the students to the emergency exit. Terrell, Zorn, and I will take Professor Krall to medical with the Nexus beast." Flora hesitates. "I lack experience with Predator navigation." "That's why I'm going to teach you," Jordan says. He guides her to a position beside the Nexus beast. Predators respond to confidence and clear signals. Walk with purpose. Avoid eye contact with unknown species. If something approaches, make yourself appear larger, not smaller. Jordan demonstrates several hand signals and postures. These should deter most habitat species without triggering aggression. Flora practices the movements, her initial awkwardness giving way to confident gestures. This contradicts everything our educational materials teach about predator encounters. "Sometimes you need to question established knowledge," Jordan replies. As they prepare to separate, the station's sensors emit a different alert. A holographic display near the junction flashes red, showing multiple unauthorized entry points throughout the ventilation system. "Unidentified life forms detected in Sections 2, 3, and 5, the automated system announces. Jordan examines the display. These aren't escaped specimens, they're entering from outside the station. He meets Flora's eyes. "Someone locked us in here deliberately and now they're coming in." "For what purpose?" Terrell asks. "Unknown," Jordan replies, "but they've trapped us with some of the most dangerous predators in the galaxy. I doubt they're coming to rescue us." The Nexus beast growls, sensing Jordan's tension. He places a calming hand on its flank. "Flora, your path to the emergency exit is still clearest. We'll meet you there after we get Professor Krall stabilized." Jordan transfers the makeshift communicator to her upper hands. Use this if you encounter trouble. It's limited range, but it should reach anywhere in the habitat. As the groups prepare to part ways, Jordan notices commitment replacing fear in the young Vulcan's expressions. Flora, especially, stands taller, her forearms now steady as she accepts leadership of her group. "Human Jordan Scott," she says formally, "I find my previous assessment of your species' capabilities was incorrect." Jordan smiles. "We all have something to learn from each other. Now let's make sure we live long enough to share those lessons." The habitat lights flicker ominously as the two groups move in opposite directions, the unknown intruders drawing closer with each passing minute. Jordan pulls Terrell back against the habitat wall, signaling the others to freeze. The Nexus beast lowers into a half-crouch, sensing the danger before any of them could detect it. "Something's coming," Jordan whispers, feeling a subtle vibration through the flooring. Not station personnel. The intruder's identity becomes clear as three figures emerge from the mist-filled junction ahead. Reptilian humanoids with segmented armor plates covering their torsos and limbs advance methodically, scanning with handheld devices. Each carries what appears to be an energy weapon, alongside utility belts laden with unfamiliar tech. "Korgans," Terrell breathes, his voice barely audible. "Mercenary species from the outer sectors." Jordan pulls his group behind a maintenance alcove. Professor Crowell's condition has deteriorated further, his breathing shallow and labored. Purple welts now cover most of his exposed skin, the toxin progressing through his system. "We need to reach medical," Jordan says, checking the professor's pulse. 5 minutes ago." They wait until the Korgan patrol passes, then Jordan guides the team toward the medical bay, the Nexus beast padding silently alongside them. The creature seems unusually attuned to their situation, pausing when Jordan signals to stop, advancing when they move forward. Their path takes them down a utility corridor that terminates in standing water. A ruptured hydroponic line has flooded the passageway with nearly 30 centimeters of cloudy liquid. The pungent smell of synthetic fertilizers fills the air. "We'll have to wade through," Jordan says, testing the depth with his boot. It's not deep, but the Nexus beast recoils from the water's edge, its pupils dilating rapidly. A low-frequency rumble emanates from its thoracic cavity as its spinal ridges rise in sequence like dominoes falling backward. "It's agitated," Zorn observes, stepping away from the creature. Jordan recognizes the warning signs immediately. The beast's biochemical receptors highly sensitive olfactory nodes along its jawline flare as they process the unfamiliar chemical soup. Its predatory instincts begin to override the tentative trust they've established. "Stay back," Jordan instructs the students. He approaches the beast with slow, deliberate movements. This is normal. It's experiencing sensory overload. Jordan places his palm flat against the creature's neck, applying firm pressure to specific nerve clusters beneath its armored plates. With his other hand, he taps a rhythmic pattern along its flank, simulating the cadence of its own heartbeat. "Easy," he says, not to the beast but to himself, maintaining an even tone. He produces a low humming sound that matches the frequency of the creature's own rumbling, gradually shifting the pitch downward. The Nexus beast's pupils contract. Its breathing slows. The raised spinal ridges lower one by one. "How did you know to do that?" Terrell asks, recording the interaction on his data pad. "Predator rehabilitation techniques," Jordan explains, maintaining contact with the beast. "I spent 5 years in Earth's wildlife preserves before I specialized in xenobiology." He guides the Nexus beast into the water first, maintaining his hold on its harness. The creature follows hesitantly, trust overriding instinct. "You've worked with Earth predators?" Terrell asks as they wade through the murky fluid. Jordan nods, rolling up his sleeve to reveal a network of pale scars crisscrossing his forearm. "Siberian tiger. She'd killed 3 people after poachers murdered her cubs. My superiors wanted her euthanized. They reached the other side, the Nexus beast shaking water from its limbs. I refused the order, Jordan continues, checking on Professor Kral as Zorn adjusts his position. Spent 18 months working with her instead. She eventually became an ambassador species for conservation education. You risked yourself for a dangerous predator, Zorn questions. I recognize trauma, not inherent aggression, Jordan says. Just like our friend here, your research classified Nexus beasts as mindlessly violent, but look at its behavior, the intelligence in its eyes. Your species never attempted to understand it beyond the threat it presented. They reach the corridor leading to the medical bay, only to find the door partially open, light spilling from inside. Jordan signals for silence, edging forward to peer through the gap. Inside, 5 Korgan mercenaries systematically ransack the facility. One downloads data from the central medical terminal, while others pack supplies into containment units. A mercenary with distinctive red markings on his armor places small devices at structural junctions throughout the room. Explosives, Jordan whispers, pulling back. They're looting the research data and medical supplies before destroying the evidence. Professor Kral convulses suddenly, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He needs treatment now, Zorn urges. We cannot wait. Jordan notices the Nexus beast's reaction to the Korgan sent the creature's muscles tense, its hackles rising in obvious hostility. Unlike its earlier stress response, this reaction suggests recognition of an enemy. There's a natural animosity there, Jordan observes. We can use that. He formulates a plan quickly, examining the medical bay's layout. The secondary entrance is through that maintenance shaft, he points. I'll guide our friend there and trigger a territorial display. When the Korgans respond to the threat, we slip in through this main door and grab what we need. Terrell looks skeptical. The statistical probability of success is better than watching the professor die, Jordan finishes. Trust me. Jordan whispers instructions to Zorn for Professor Kral's care, then leads the Nexus beast through a parallel corridor toward the secondary entrance. At the doorway, he positions himself behind the creature and applies pressure to specific points along its spine. The beast responds instantly, extending to its full height, shoulder plates fanning outward in an impressive display. Now, Jordan says, and the beast unleashes a thunderous roar that echoes through the medical bay. Chaos erupts inside as Korgans shout in alarm. The Nexus beast charges through the doorway, scattering the mercenaries who dive for cover, abandoning their tasks. Jordan slips back to rejoin Terrell and Zorn, and they seize the opportunity to enter through the main door. They work quickly. Jordan gathers critical medical supplies, while Terrell helps Zorn move Professor Kral to an examination table. The sound of energy weapons discharging comes from the far side of the bay, where the Nexus beast continues its rampage. Jordan administers emergency treatment to Professor Kral, stabilizing his condition with a combination of anti-venom and immune boosters. As he works, he spots a portable emergency beacon inside a wall locker, a device capable of bypassing the station's lockdown protocols. This could get us out, he says, securing the beacon. We need to move now. They prepare to retreat with the professor when a sound makes Jordan turn. A lone Korgan mercenary has spotted them, activating a personal shield device and raising a weapon. The mercenary's target is clear Terrell and Zorn, who stand exposed near the professor's table. Jordan lunges forward without thinking, placing himself between the weapon and the students. He braces for impact, but it never comes. A blur of motion interrupts the moment as the Nexus beast leaps across the room, intercepting the energy blast meant for Jordan. The creature takes the full impact on its armored side, crashing into a row of supply cabinets with a pained screech. The mercenary retreats through a side door as alarms blare from the explosive devices now on active countdown. Jordan rushes to the fallen beast, finding it alive but severely wounded. its armored hide charred where the energy weapon struck. "It saved us," Terrell says, his usual stoic demeanor cracking. "Why would it do that?" "Because we treated it with respect instead of fear," Jordan replies, already applying emergency treatment to the beast's wound. "Terrell, help me stabilize this burn. Zorn, watch the door." Jordan's hands move with practiced efficiency, applying syntheskin patches to the creature's exposed flesh. The Nexus beast lies still, its eyes focused on Jordan, showing no aggression despite its pain. "I never considered," Terrell begins, following Jordan's instructions with new reverence, "that our approach might be fundamentally flawed." The emergency beacon activates with a soft chime, establishing connection outside the habitat. Almost immediately, it receives an incoming transmission. Jordan accepts the call to hear Flora's voice. "Jordan, we've reached the emergency exit, but we can't proceed. There's a security lockdown requiring administrative override." "What's your status?" Jordan asks, securing a pressure bandage to the beast's side. "We discovered more intruders," Flora reports. "They're systematically disabling the core systems. The habitat integrity is failing faster than the automated warnings indicated." Jordan glances at the explosives counting down around the medical bay. The attack is coordinated. They're after the rare species collection and research data. He helps the Nexus beast to its feet, the creature wobbling but standing. "We've got Professor Krall stabilized and we're heading your way," Jordan says, activating the beacon's tracking function. "Keep your position secure. We'll bring the administrative override." As they prepare to leave the medical bay, Jordan notices the Nexus beast watching him with what he can only describe as determined loyalty. The creature that had been the station's most feared inhabitant now stands as their most committed protector. "Let's move," Jordan says, supporting the injured beast with one hand while helping guide Professor Krall's stretcher with the other. "We need to reach Flora's group before those explosives detonate or the Korgans find them." They exit the medical bay as the first structural supports begin to groan under the strain of the failing habitat systems. The station's automated voice delivers a new, more urgent warning. "Critical system failure imminent. Structural collapse predicted in multiple sectors. All personnel evacuate immediately." Immediately. Jordan rushes to secure the damaged door behind them, jamming a medical splint into the locking mechanism. "We need a safer route," Jordan says, consulting the station schematic on his datapad. "This way." He leads them through a narrow service passage as the professor's condition stabilizes. The Nexus beast limps alongside, its injured side pressed against the wall for support. Despite its wound, the creature remains vigilant, occasionally sniffing the air and scanning ahead. Jordan activates the emergency beacon salvaged from the medical bay. The device hums to life, bypassing the station's compromised systems. "Flora, do you copy?" Jordan adjusts the frequency. Static crackles before Flora's voice breaks through. "Jordan. We've found the emergency exit, but there's more. We've located what appears to be a Korgan command post nearby. 8 mercenaries, heavily armed." "What are they after?" Jordan asks, checking Professor Krall's pulse. "They're systematically extracting biological specimens and research data," Flora reports, specifically targeting apex predator information. They're particularly interested in data on the Nexus beast. Jordan examines the creature more closely as it rests against the corridor wall. Its breathing has normalized, but something about its armor plating catches his eye, a slight irregularity beneath a ridge. He approaches cautiously. "Easy," he soothes, running his hand along the beast's flank. His fingers detect an anomaly, something embedded beneath the armored plate. "Hold still." With surgical precision, Jordan extracts a small device no larger than his thumbnail. It pulses with a faint blue light. Terrell, Zorn recognize this. He holds up the object. Terrell's eyes widen. "That's Vulcan technology, military grade." Zorn leans closer. "A biological tracker, classified equipment." Jordan connects the device to his datapad. Streams of data fill the screen, comprehensive biometric readings spanning years of monitoring. This wasn't just an exhibit, Jordan says, scrolling through the information. It was being studied, extensively. A weak voice interrupts their discovery. Not studied, developed. Professor Crowell has regained consciousness, his voice barely audible. Professor, Jordan kneels beside him. Conserve your strength. You need to know, Crowell insists. The field trip, cover operation, transporting the beast to a military research facility. Jordan exchanges glances with Terrell and Zorn. Military research. Vulcan High Command has studied Earth's apex predators for decades, Crowell continues, each word a struggle. Your species' unique ability to domesticate and coexist with dangerous creatures. We hope to replicate it, weaponize it. That explains its intelligence, Jordan says, looking at the beast with new understanding. Its ability to form bonds. The Nexus beast watches them, eyes reflecting comprehension beyond what should be possible for a wild creature. Jordan's mind races. Flora, are you near the environmental control systems? Yes, about 20 meters from our position. I need you to access them. We can adjust atmospheric composition in specific sections. To what end? Korgans require higher oxygen concentrations than humans or Vulcans, Jordan explains, recalling his xenobiology research. We can create safe zones for us and inhospitable areas for them. He transmits detailed instructions to Flora while watching the Nexus beast attempt to stand. The creature's recovery rate is remarkable, another sign of genetic enhancement. Professor, Jordan asks, was this specimen enhanced? Crowell nods weakly. Accelerated healing, increased intelligence, enhanced sensory capabilities. The station's automated voice interrupts. Warning, structural integrity failing in multiple sections. Catastrophic decompression estimated in 40 minutes. They're destroying the station, Jordan realizes. Flora, what's your status? Working on environmental controls. Wait, Korgan forces approaching our position. Jordan's datapad registers movement, Korgan life signs advancing toward their location. The mercenaries from the medical bay have regrouped and are tracking them. We need to move, Jordan says, helping Professor Crowell onto a makeshift stretcher fashioned from medical supplies. But first, Jordan examines the tracking device again, then removes components from it and the emergency beacon. What are you doing? Terrell asks, creating a diversion. Jordan modifies the beacon to emit a signal mimicking multiple Nexus beast biological signatures. Korgans are superstitious about apex predators. This might disrupt their search patterns. He places the first modified beacon in their current location, programming it to activate in 5 minutes. We'll plant these throughout our route, Jordan explains, creating 2 more devices from spare parts in his kit. The Nexus beast rises to its full height, its injured side showing remarkable healing. It positions itself between the Vulcan students and the corridor ahead, assuming a protective stance. It understands, Zorn observes, astonishment evident in his voice. Let it lead, Jordan instructs. It can detect threats before our equipment can. They navigate through maintenance tunnels, Jordan positioning modified beacons at strategic junctions. The beast moves with purpose, occasionally pausing to sample the air before choosing their path. A noise ahead causes the beast to freeze. Jordan signals for silence as a figure emerges from a side passage, a human male in a security uniform, weapon drawn. Hold your fire, Jordan calls quietly. We're station personnel. The man lowers his weapon. Dr. Marcus Coleman, station security chief. You're the first survivors I've found. Jordan Chen, xenobiology. What happened? Precision strike, Coleman explains, checking their perimeter. These aren't ordinary mercenaries, they're specialized bioweapons collectors. The timing of their attack aligned perfectly with your Vulcan transport mission. A security breach in Vulcan intelligence, Terrell concludes. Coleman nods. They knew exactly when and where to strike. Their commander is Drekthar, notorious bioweapons dealer with bounties across 12 systems. Can you access security protocols? Jordan asks. Partially. Some systems remain operational despite the lockdown. Jordan's emergency beacon chimes with an incoming transmission. Jordan, Flora's voice is urgent, punctuated by weapons fire. We've reached environmental controls, but we're pinned down. The Korgan commander, he knows what we're attempting. He's focusing all forces on capturing the Vulcan children and the Nexus beast. The transmission cuts off abruptly with the sound of an explosion. Flora, Jordan calls into the beacon. No response. The station's automated voice updates their situation. Catastrophic systems failure in 32 minutes. The Nexus beast growls, turning toward the direction of Flora's last known position. Its posture shifts from defensive to offensive, muscles tensing, sensory nodes along its jaw flaring. It wants to help them, Jordan realizes. He turns to Coleman. What's the fastest route to environmental control? Central Junction, then East Quadrant, but it's exposed we'd be visible on their scanners. Jordan looks at the Nexus beast, then at the Vulcan students who now stand closer to the creature than he ever thought possible. We have something they don't expect, Jordan says, placing his hand on the beast's uninjured flank. A predator that chooses to protect rather than hunt. The beast's eyes meet Jordan's, and in that moment a silent understanding passes between them. The creature turns toward the Central Junction, muscles coiled and ready. Let's go get Flora, Jordan says, and show the Korgans why Earth's approach to apex predators has always been superior to theirs. Coleman checks his weapon. Lead the way. They move out, following the Nexus beast as it guides them toward Flora's position. Jordan's datapad counts down their remaining time, 31 minutes, until the station's life support systems fail completely. The race against both the Korgans and the station's imminent collapse has begun. The group moved with renewed purpose, following the Nexus beast as it led them through the maintenance tunnels. Jordan kept his eyes fixed on his datapad 28 minutes until catastrophic failure. Each passing second compressed his chest like a vice. Beast seems to know exactly where it's going, Coleman observed, matching pace with Jordan. It's tracking Flora through scent, Jordan replied. The enhanced sensory capabilities Professor Crow mentioned. Coleman accessed a control panel embedded in the tunnel wall. I can give us an advantage. His fingers moved across the interface with practiced efficiency. Throughout the corridor, emergency lights dimmed, plunging sections ahead into near darkness. Korgans evolved on a triple-sun planet, Coleman explained. Their visual acuity in low light is poor. Our eyes will adjust faster. Jordan nodded. Good thinking. The Nexus beast paused at an intersection, head low, sniffing the air. It turned left without hesitation. Heat signatures ahead, Terrell reported, checking the scanner. Multiple Korgan life forms positioned around the environmental control center. Jordan studied the station's schematic on his datapad. We can't approach directly. They've established defensive positions covering all obvious entry points. Then we don't use the obvious, Jordan said, approaching a maintenance panel. Terrell, Zorn, help me with this. They removed the panel, revealing a complex array of pipes and conduits. Jordan traced one particular line with his finger. Secondary coolant system, non-toxic, but releases dense vapor when exposed to air. Jordan began adjusting valves and disconnecting safety regulators. On Earth, indigenous hunters used smoke to disorient prey and predators alike. You're creating a smokescreen, Zorn realized. Exactly. Jordan finished his modific Dr. Ons. Dr. Coleman, can you disable artificial gravity in sections B7 through C3? Coleman raised an eyebrow. That's unorthodox. The Korgans won't expect it. Coleman nodded, accessing his security terminal. Ready on your mark. Jordan positioned himself by the coolant valve. 3, 2, 1 now. He twisted the valve fully open as Coleman executed the gravity shutdown. Coolant vapor billowed through the ventilation system, flooding the corridors ahead with thick, opaque fog. Simultaneously, the artificial gravity fluctuated and died in their targeted zones. Handholds along these walls, Jordan instructed, pointing to recessed maintenance grips. Use them to pull yourselves through. The beast will guide us. It can smell through the vapor. Jordan led Professor Crowell's stretcher into the zero-G environment. The Nexus beast navigated the weightless conditions with surprising agility, using its claws to anchor and propel itself forward. Through the chaos of swirling vapor and floating debris, they heard confused Korgan shouts echoing from multiple directions. "They're disoriented," Coleman whispered, his weapon ready. After navigating the chaotic environment, they reached a junction near the environmental control room. Jordan noticed movement inside a supply closet and signaled the group to halt. Coleman raised his weapon. The door slid partially open, revealing 3 young Vulcan faces, 2 identical males and a female, all bearing minor injuries. "Professor, help us," one of the twins called out softly. Jordan guided the group into the relative safety of the closet. "Who are you? Where are the others?" "I am Vex. This is my brother Vox," one twin answered. "And this is Myra. We were separated during the attack." Myra's arm showed evidence of an energy weapon graze. Flora and the others reached the main controls, but Commander Drekthar led an assault. "We were cut off during the retreat." "Drekthar?" Coleman's expression darkened. "Notorious bioweapons dealer, wanted in 12 systems. He demanded live specimens," Vox added. "Us and the beast specifically." Jordan processed this information quickly. "Coleman, stay with Professor Crowell and these 3. Terrell, Zorn, you're with me and the beast. We're going for Flora." Coleman nodded, checking his weapon. "Be careful. Drekthar is known for excessive force." Jordan led his smaller team toward the control room's main chamber, following the Nexus beast's silent guidance. They crawled through a maintenance access port, emerging on an elevated observation platform overlooking the control center. Below them, a standoff unfolded. Flora and 2 Vulcan students had barricaded themselves inside the central control booth, a transparent enclosure in the center of the room. Outside, 4 Korgan mercenaries, led by a larger figure with ornate armor that could only be Drekthar, attempted to breach the reinforced glass. "Surrender the controls and yourselves," Drekthar's voice boomed. "My client specifically requested live Vulcan subjects. Comply, and your deaths will be painless after extraction is complete." Jordan studied the situation. Flora's hands moved across control panels inside the booth. On nearby monitors, atmospheric composition readouts showed fluctuating numbers. She'd begun implementing their plan to adjust the air composition, but needed to complete the sequence from the master controls. "Why hasn't he just destroyed the booth?" Zorn whispered. "Because he needs those controls functional," Jordan realized. "He needs to maintain breathable atmosphere in his evacuation route." Jordan examined the emergency beacon he'd modified earlier. He turned to Terrell. "I need you to place this in that far corner," he whispered, pointing to the opposite side of the chamber. "When activated, it'll emit a signal identical to the beast's biological signature. Korgan's fear apex predators. It'll divide their attention." Terrell nodded, taking the device. "Zorn, see that environmental subsystem access point?" Jordan indicated a secondary control panel near their position. "Can you interface with it using components from our medical supplies?" "I believe so," Zorn replied, already sorting through the salvaged equipment. "Good. When I signal, create further atmospheric disruption in this chamber specifically." Jordan turned to the Nexus beast, which watched him with attentive eyes. He placed his hand on its flank. "We'll move together when the diversion starts. Target the one on the left." He pointed to one of the mercenaries. The beast's muscles tensed in apparent understanding. Terrell slipped away, maneuvering through the shadows to position the beacon. When he returned, he nodded to Jordan. "Ready. Activate in 3, 2, 1 now." The beacon activated with a high-pitched tone. Two of the Korgan mercenaries immediately turned toward the sound, their postures instantly alert. Beast signature, one called out in their guttural language. Investigate, Drekthar ordered, his attention momentarily diverted. The two mercenaries broke off, moving toward the beacon's location. Inside the control booth, Flora noticed the disturbance. Her eyes darted upward, spotting Jordan on the observation platform. A flicker of recognition crossed her face. "Now, Zorn," Jordan whispered. Zorn activated his makeshift interface. The chamber's atmospheric vents hummed to life, flooding the room with recycled air precisely calibrated to Flora's adjustments. Jordan signaled the beast. It launched from the platform with startling speed, landing directly behind one mercenary. Instead of the straightforward attack Jordan expected, the beast performed a calculated flanking maneuver, driving the Korgan toward a predetermined position where Jordan dropped down to engage him. The beast's hunting behavior displayed tactical precision that stunned Jordan. It wasn't attacking with blind aggression, it was herding, cornering, creating opportunities. This wasn't raw instinct. This was strategy. Inside the control booth, Flora capitalized on the distraction, her hands flying across the console. Station readouts showed atmospheric composition shifting rapidly throughout different sections. The remaining Korgans began gasping, their respiration laboring in the modified air. Drekthar assessed the situation with cold calculation. He reached into his armor, withdrawing a breathing apparatus that he quickly secured over his face. With his subordinates struggling for air, he backed toward the exit, revealing a detonator in his hand. "Humans," he spat through his respirator. "Always interfering where you don't belong." He pressed the detonator. Explosions rocked the environmental control systems, sending debris cascading from the ceiling. A support beam crashed down, blocking the control booth's door. Flora and the students inside were trapped as warning lights flashed throughout the chamber. 17 minutes until complete system failure, the station's automated voice announced. Drekthar retreated through the exit as his mercenaries collapsed, overwhelmed by the atmospheric changes. "Flora," Jordan called out, rushing to the damaged control booth. The reinforced glass had held, but the exit was completely blocked by twisted metal. The Nexus beast bounded forward, positioning itself beside the debris. It dug its powerful claws into the metal, muscles straining as it pulled. Jordan joined the effort, leveraging his weight against a particular beam. "Pull at this junction point," he instructed the beast, indicating a structural weakness. With coordinated effort, they created an opening large enough for Flora and the two Vulcan students to escape. They emerged coughing but largely unharmed. "Jordan," Flora embraced him briefly. "Your plan worked." The Vulcan students regarded the Nexus beast with open wonder. One of them tentatively extended a hand toward the creature, a gesture that would have been unthinkable hours earlier. "It protected us," the stud doctor said quietly. Dr. Coleman arrived with Professor Kral and the other students. "Station's coming apart faster than predicted. We need to evacuate now." Jordan checked his datapad. The main evacuation route is blocked by structural collapse from those explosions. Coleman studied the station's schematic. "There's an alternative through the Xenobotanical Research Sector. It leads to the secondary evacuation bay." "Xenobotanical?" Terrell asked, concern evident in his voice. "Those specimens are extremely dangerous, and likely free from containment with systems failing," Coleman added grimly. Jordan's datapad pinged with an alert. "Drekthar is heading toward the primary escape pods. He's carrying data storage devices, probably everything he came to steal, including research on the beast and Vulcan military applications," Professor Kral added weakly from his stretcher. Jordan made a quick decision. "We need to split up. Coleman, take Professor Kral and most of the students through the Xenobotanical sector to the escape pods. Flora, Terrell, and I will pursue Drekthar with the beast. Those plants will kill you without proper protection," Zorn warned. Jordan knelt, gathering materials scattered around the control room. Most carnivorous plants, regardless of origin, share similar hunting patterns and trigger mechanisms. Just like animal predators, understanding those patterns makes them navigable. He demonstrated quickly, fashioning protective gear from available materials. Cover exposed skin. Move slowly and steadily. Quick movements trigger most predatory flora. Watch for color changes indicating chemical receptors. The Vulcan students, now fully immersed in Jordan's methodology, began assembling their own protective gear with surprising efficiency. 15 minutes until complete system failure, the automated voice reminded them. As they prepared to separate, Jordan looked at the Nexus beast, which had positioned itself beside him, ready to move. Their eyes met in mutual understanding. "Let's go," Jordan said, turning toward the corridor Drekthar had used. "We need those research files, and Drekthar can't escape with what he knows." The groups divided, one headed toward safety, the other in pursuit of a dangerous adversary through the rapidly disintegrating station. The automated voice continued its countdown, each announcement compressing the already tight window for survival. The automated voice echoed through the crumbling station. 14 minutes until complete system failure. Jordan led Flora, Terrell, and the Nexus beast through a maintenance corridor in pursuit of Drekthar. Their footsteps echoed against metal flooring until a violent shudder coursed through the station. The artificial gravity stuttered, sending Jordan floating 6 inches off the ground before slamming back down. "Gravitational systems failing," Jordan said, steadying himself against a wall. "This could work to our advantage." Another fluctuation hit stronger this time. Flora stumbled as her weight suddenly decreased by half. "Watch the pattern," Jordan instructed, studying the flashing indicator lights along the corridor ceiling. 3-second cycles. Gravity drops, holds at 40%, then returns to normal. "We can use this." He demonstrated, timing his movements with the fluctuation. As gravity decreased, Jordan pushed off hard against the floor, propelling himself forward nearly twice the distance a normal stride would carry him. When gravity returned, he landed in a controlled crouch. "Use the low-gravity phase to launch yourself," he called back. "The high-gravity phase to stick your landing." Terrell attempted the technique, initially overcompensating and colliding with a ceiling conduit. "Smaller adjustments," Jordan advised. "Your Vulcan physiology gives you better muscle control than humans." Within minutes, Terrell mastered the technique, his movements becoming fluid and precise. Flora followed suit, adapting quickly despite never having experienced variable gravity conditions. The Nexus beast displayed its own adaptation, using powerful haunches to bound enormous distances during low gravity, then gripping the floor with extended claws when gravity returned. Its intelligence became increasingly evident as it adjusted its trajectory to avoid obstacles without instruction. They reached the specimen processing center, and Jordan's pace slowed. The room lay in ruins, shattered containment units and scattered research materials covered the floor. Preservation fluid leaked from broken tanks, creating slick puddles that reflected the emergency lighting. "They've taken everything valuable," Flora observed, examining an empty storage unit. Jordan spotted a terminal still flickering with power. "Maybe not everything." He accessed the system, fingers dancing across the interface. "I can pull up the manifest of what was stored here." Data scrolled across the screen, much of it corrupted. Jordan extracted what remained intact, downloading it to his datapad. 17 apex predator species, he read, eyes widening. Complete genetic profiles, biological samples. An experimental cross-species genetic research. Terrell moved to a secondary terminal, entering his student access codes. "I can retrieve additional information through my academic credentials." The screen illuminated with previously hidden files. This can't be right," Terrell said, his voice uncharacteristically emotional for a Vulcan. Professor Crow was developing genetic modifications to enhance Vulcan military personnel with apex predator traits. Jordan looked at the Nexus beast, seeing it in a new light. That's why it's been so responsive to human interaction. The beast has human neural gene sequences spliced into its DNA. The creature met his gaze, its eyes reflecting an intelligence that went beyond animal instinct. The perfect synthesis, Flora said, scanning the data. Vulcan precision and human adaptability in one organism. Jordan's datapad pinged with an alert. Drekthar's at the primary evacuation bay. He's attempting to override launch protocols. He studied the alert details, his expression darkening. He's not just stealing data. The records show authorization attempts for multiple passenger life support systems. The students, Terrell realized, as test subjects, particularly those who have shown aptitude with my handling techniques, Jordan added. With the research data and living Vulcan subjects, whoever hired him could reverse engineer the entire modification process. Flora moved to a maintenance access panel on the far wall. This shaft leads directly to the evacuation bay. We can intercept him. She removed the cover, revealing a narrow tunnel bathed in red emergency lighting. It'll be tight, especially for the beast. The Nexus beast approached the opening, studying it with analytical focus. After a moment's consideration, it lowered its body, contracting its muscular frame to reduce its profile. With surprising dexterity, it squeezed into the passage. Remarkable, Jordan observed. That's not instinctive behavior, that's problem-solving. They followed the beast into the maintenance shaft, crawling through the confined space. The metal walls vibrated with the station's increasing instability. 13 minutes until complete system failure, the automated voice announced. A massive explosion rocked the station, throwing Jordan against the wall of the shaft. Metal screeched as structural supports failed. The beast roared from somewhere ahead. Hull breach detected in Section 47C. Emergency protocols engaged. Heavy bulkheads slammed shut throughout the maintenance network. Jordan lunged forward but wasn't fast enough. A reinforced barrier dropped between him and the others, sealing with a pneumatic hiss. Flora, Terrell, he called, pressing against the impenetrable barrier. Flora's voice came through a small communication grill. Jordan, are you hurt? I'm fine, he replied, assessing his situation. The section's atmosphere indicators were flashing red, oxygen levels dropping rapidly. But I'm in a depressurizing zone. Through the grill, he could see their corridor remained intact, but beyond them the passage had partially collapsed. The path to the evacuation bay is blocked, Flora reported. Listen carefully, Jordan said, fighting to keep his voice steady as warning klaxons blared. Take the beast and head to the secondary evacuation point. Coleman should be there with the others. What about you? Terrell asked. I'll find another way to intercept Drekthar, Jordan replied, already examining the emergency systems panel nearby. Go now, we're running out of time. Flora hesitated. Jordan, go, he insisted. That's an order, research assistant. Through the grill, he watched them retreat, the beast following after a long look back at Jordan. The atmosphere continued to thin. Jordan pried open the emergency panel using tools from his utility belt. Inside, he found a mess of circuitry standard Vulcan emergency protocols, but with modifications he recognized from his time with Earth's deep space rescue operations. 11 minutes until complete system failure. Jordan rerouted power to the manual override, creating a feedback loop in the emergency circuits. The bulkhead juddered, rising just enough to expose an adjacent compartment. He spotted an emergency suit locker within reach. Stretching his arm through the gap, Jordan's fingers brushed against the locker's release mechanism. It opened, revealing a Vulcan emergency survival suit. Not ideal for his human physiology, but better than nothing. He pulled the suit through the gap and quickly donned it. The proportions were wrong, too tall, too narrow, but it sealed adequately. The heads-up display activated. showing life support readings in Vulcan script he could barely decipher. Meanwhile, Flora led Terrell and the Nexus beast through utility corridors, applying Jordan's environmental navigation techniques to avoid hazards. They rounded a corner and encountered two Korgan mercenaries slumped against a wall, bleeding from injuries sustained in the explosion. The beast growled, but Flora raised her hand to calm it. "They're no threat to us now." She knelt beside the injured aliens, recalling how Jordan had treated the beast's wounds earlier. Using supplies from her research kit, she applied pressure bandages to their injuries and administered a universal pain suppressant. The less injured Korgan looked at her with confusion. "Why help enemies?" "Because that's what my colleague would do," Flora answered, securing the final bandage. The Korgan exchanged looks. "Drekthar abandoned us, left us to die." "Who is he working for?" Terrell asked. "The Evolutionary Consortium," the Korgan replied. "They seek to advance species through genetic manipulation. They pay well for specific specimens." In the depressurizing section, Jordan examined his options. The emergency suit's oxygen supply showed 30 minutes remaining compromised by its poor fit for human anatomy. His datapad displayed the station schematic, highlighting a possible route to the primary evacuation bay through an exterior maintenance crawlway. His comm unit crackled. "Jordan, do you read me? This is Coleman." "I read you," Jordan responded. "What's your status?" "We've reached the secondary evacuation bay with Professor Kral and the students, but the escape pods have been sabotaged. Navigation systems are reprogrammed to deliver passengers to Korgan coordinates." Jordan processed this information quickly. "Is the Vulcan transport ship still docked in the science vessel bay?" "Yes, but it sustained damage in the initial attack." "Get everyone there," Jordan instructed. "The core systems might be salvageable. I'll continue to the primary bay to intercept Drekthar." Jordan reached an airlock leading to the station's exterior. Through the viewport, he could see the devastating damage hull breaches, venting atmosphere, and the structural spine beginning to buckle. 8 minutes until complete system failure, the automated voice announced with mechanical indifference. Jordan cycled the airlock, the ill-fitting Vulcan suit his only protection against the vacuum of space. The exterior door opened, revealing the curved surface of the research station against the backdrop of infinite stars. He secured his magnetic boots to the hull and began the perilous journey across the dying station's exterior. Jordan secured his magnetic boots to the station's hull and began navigating across the curved exterior. Each step required deliberate placement as the station's structural integrity continued to deteriorate beneath him. The endless void surrounded him, punctuated by distant stars that appeared unnaturally still against the chaos of the disintegrating research station. He consulted the heads-up display in his ill-fitting Vulcan suit, the alien script barely decipherable. The primary evacuation bay was approximately 200 meters ahead, accessible via an external maintenance hatch designed for emergency repairs. 6 minutes until complete system failure, the automated voice announced through his comm. Jordan reached for the next handhold when the station shuddered beneath him. The magnetic seal of his left boot momentarily failed, causing him to drift inches from the hull before re-establishing contact. He froze, heart pounding as he stabilized himself. Then he saw them tiny bright streaks against the darkness. A micro-meteorite shower, approaching fast. "Meteorite activity detected in Sector 4, the station AI announced with mechanical calm. All exterior personnel advised to seek immediate shelter. Jordan increased his pace, moving from handhold to handhold with practiced efficiency. The first impacts peppered the hull around him, small pings and flashes as the tiny space debris struck the station's already compromised exterior. A sharp impact on his right shoulder spun him sideways. His magnetic boot connection broke completely this time, leaving him dangling by one handhold as his body swung out into space. Jordan pulled himself back to the hull, securing both boots once more. The suit's diagnostic system flashed urgent Vulcan script across his display. A second later, Jordan felt the subtle change in pressure, the whisper of escaping air. A pea-sized meteorite had punctured his suit near the right shoulder seam. The suit's automated systems deployed internal sealant, temporarily stabilizing the breach. Jordan watched the oxygen level indicator drop and recalculate. 5 minutes, 42 seconds of breathable air remained. His comm crackled. "Jordan, this is Flora. We've reached the Vulcan transport ship and joined with Coleman's group." "Good," Jordan responded, breath already more measured to conserve oxygen. "What's your status?" "Not ideal," Flora replied. "The main propulsion system is severely damaged. Ship's computer estimates 30 minutes for repairs." "We don't have 30 minutes," Jordan said, continuing his careful progress across the hull. "The station will experience complete reactor failure in less than 6 minutes. We're working on alternatives," Flora assured him. "Professor Kral is attempting to bypass the damaged systems. What's your situation?" "I've had better days," Jordan said. "Suit punctured by micrometeorite. Oxygen levels dropping. I'm approaching the primary evacuation bay now." "Jordan, our sensors show Drekthar has already reached the bay," Coleman's INCE cut in. "He's preparing for launch." Through the transparent sections of the hull, Jordan glimpsed movement within the evacuation bay. Drekthar was loading the final containers into an escape pod. "I see him," Jordan confirmed. "Going radio silent until I'm inside." He reached the exterior access hatch and grabbed the emergency override handle. It didn't budge. The display indicated complete power failure to the manual release mechanism. 5 minutes until complete system failure. Jordan assessed his options quickly. Standard procedure would require returning to the nearest functional airlock time he didn't have. Instead, he detached the external repair kit from his damaged suit and examined its contents. Using the miniature plasma cutter, he removed the casing from the hatch's manual override mechanism. The interior components were standard Vulcan designs similar enough to systems he'd worked with during his Earth Conservation Corps training. Jordan disconnected the power coupling from his suit's diagnostic system and connected it to the hatch mechanism's primary circuit. The improvisation cost precious oxygen, but the hatch slid open, revealing the airlock chamber. Jordan entered and cycled the airlock, his oxygen supply dropping below 4 minutes as he waited for the chamber to pressurize. When the interior door opened, Jordan found himself mere meters from the primary evacuation bay. He removed his helmet, gulping the station's air. Through the entryway, he spotted Drekthar directing 2 Korgan mercenaries, bulky, reptilian figures Jordan hadn't encountered during the initial attack. "Secure the remaining biological samples," Drekthar ordered. "The consortium wants everything." Jordan crouched behind damaged equipment, assessing the situation. The Korgans had nearly finished loading containers of biological samples and data cores into the escape pod. Through the pod's viewport, Jordan spotted something unexpected: a stasis container housing a second Nexus beast specimen, smaller than the one accompanying his team, but clearly of the same genetic line. 4 minutes until complete system failure. Jordan's comm vibrated silently. Flora's voice came through at minimal volume. "Jordan, we've identified the sabotage pattern in the evacuation pods. The navigation systems have been reprogrammed to deliver passengers to Korgan coordinates." "I see Drekthar," Jordan whispered. "He has 2 additional mercenaries with him, and they've captured a second Nexus beast specimen." "The research project was more extensive than Professor Kral admitted," Flora replied. "Jordan, your suit telemetry shows critical oxygen levels. What's your plan?" Jordan glanced at the environmental control panel nearby, creating a distraction. He crawled to the panel, remaining hidden behind damaged equipment. The station shuddered again, more violently this time. Support beams groaned as structural integrity continued to deteriorate. Jordan accessed the environmental controls, recalling how Flora had manipulated atmospheric conditions in the beast's habitat. The evacuation bay had independent fire suppression systems, standard halon gas dispensers. Korgan respiratory biology was uniquely sensitive to halon due to their specific lung structure. The gas wouldn't be lethal, but it would incapacitate them temporarily. 3 minutes until complete system failure. Jordan overrode the safety protocols and activated the fire suppression system. White gas hissed from ceiling dispensers, quickly filling the evacuation bay. The Korgan mercenaries dropped almost immediately, their respiratory systems overwhelmed by the halon. Drekthar, still wearing his personal breathing apparatus, remained standing, though visibly disoriented. He drew his weapon, scanning the room through the spreading gas. Jordan's vision began to blur, his oxygen-deprived brain struggling to maintain focus. He pushed himself to his feet and charged across the evacuation bay. Drekthar fired, the energy blast missing Jordan by centimeters and scorching the wall behind him. With the last of his strength, Jordan tackled Drekthar. They crashed into a storage container, Drekthar's weapon skittering across the floor. Jordan grabbed the breathing apparatus covering the Korgan's face and tore it away. Drekthar immediately began gasping, the halon gas affecting his respiratory system. The Korgan commander fought back weakly, but Jordan managed to secure his wrists with emergency restraints from his utility belt. 2 minutes, 30 seconds until complete system failure. Jordan staggered to the escape pod's control console, his movements increasingly uncoordinated as oxygen deprivation took its toll. He inserted his data pad, establishing a connection to download the stolen research data. "Flora," he gasped into his comm, "transmitting data now. Use it to restore your navigation systems." "Receiving," Flora confirmed. "Jordan, your vitals are critical. You need to get out of there." Jordan's vision tunneled, the edges darkening as he struggled to remain conscious. He activated the emergency beacon in his damaged suit, his fingers fumbling with the controls. 1 minute, 50 seconds until complete system failure. Jordan collapsed beside the escape pod, his muscles no longer responding to commands. Through dimming vision, he saw the second Nexus beast specimen in its stasis container, another victim of unauthorized experimentation. A familiar sound echoed through the evacuation bay, the distinctive call of the Nexus beast. Jordan's beast had somehow tracked him through the dying station. The creature bounded into the bay, immediately positioning itself between Jordan and the recovering Drekthar. The Korgan commander reached for a fallen weapon. The beast struck with precision, disabling Drekthar's arm without killing him, a controlled response that displayed both its enhanced intelligence and Jordan's influence on its behavior. 1 minute until complete system failure. Jordan heard Flora's voice through his comm, though the words seemed distant, underwater. She appeared to be communicating with the beast through simplified commands, the training protocol Jordan had developed during their journey. The beast grabbed Jordan by his suit collar and dragged him into the escape pod. With surprising dexterity, the creature pressed specific sequences on the control panel, the emergency launch procedure Jordan had demonstrated earlier as a precaution. The beast then retrieved the stasis container, holding the second Nexus beast specimen, carefully maneuvering it into the pod before returning for the restrained Drekthar. The Korgan commander was unceremoniously deposited inside just as the pod's door began to close. 30 seconds until complete system failure. Emergency launch procedures initiated automatically. The escape pod detached from the station with a violent jolt, thrusters firing to create distance from the failing facility. Through the viewport, Jordan glimpsed the Vulcan transport ship launching from its docking bay, its systems jury-rigged but functional. Both vessels cleared the station's immediate vicinity as the reactor containment finally collapsed. The resulting explosion propelled the escape pod further into space, damaging its communication array and sending it tumbling on an unknown trajectory. The pod stabilizers eventually engaged, bringing the wild rotation under control. Jordan lay on the pod's floor, consciousness fading in and out. The Nexus beast crouched protectively over him, while the second specimen remained secure in its stasis container. Drekthar, now fully awake, tested his restraints surreptitiously, calculating his options. The escape pod's navigation display flashed warning indicators, communications offline, long-range sensors damaged, life support functional, but limited. The emergency beacon activated automatically, but its signal strength was insufficient to reach standard communication relays. Jordan's last conscious thought before darkness claimed him was that they were drifting into an unmapped sector far from any established transit routes, with limited supplies, a hostile prisoner, and 2 genetically enhanced apex predators as companions. The pod's computer silently updated their status: current trajectory unknown, nearest celestial body unidentified, estimated time to intercept, 47 hours. Jordan drifted in darkness, his consciousness rising and falling like a ship on stormy seas. Sensation returned gradually, first the metallic tang of recycled air, then the dull throb of pain across his torso, and finally, the sound of rhythmic breathing nearby. His eyelids fluttered open to meet a pair of amber eyes mere inches from his face. His Nexus beast hovered over him, its massive head tilted in what almost resembled concern. Jordan remained perfectly still, recognizing that sudden movements might trigger the creature's predatory instincts. "Easy," he whispered, his voice hoarse. The beast withdrew slightly, allowing Jordan to push himself up on his elbows. His head spun with the effort, oxygen deprivation's lingering effects still clouding his thoughts. The pod's emergency lighting bathed everything in a crimson glow, casting long shadows across the cramped interior. Movement caught his eye. A second, smaller figure approached from the far end of the pod. The second Nexus beast, now freed from stasis, observed him with unmistakable curiosity. Its movements displayed none of the larger beast's predatory caution. Instead, it exhibited an almost childlike inquisitiveness as it examined Jordan. 47 hours until system failure, the pod's computer announced, its flat voice echoing in the confined space. Jordan glanced toward the control panels. Red warning indicators reflected in the viewport, competing with the stars visible beyond. A status display showed their trajectory through what Jordan recognized as the barren expanse, an unmapped sector notorious for gravitational anomalies and avoided by all commercial traffic. His gaze shifted to the rear bulkhead, where Drekthar sat secured by emergency restraints. The Korgan commander watched him with calculating eyes. "I see we survived," Drekthar said, his reptilian features unreadable. "For now." Jordan ignored him, focusing instead on assessing their situation. He pulled himself toward the navigation console, wincing as pain shot through his side. A quick inspection confirmed his fears. The communication array had been damaged beyond repair during the station's explosion. The pod's short-range transmitter remained functional but useless in this remote sector. The life support readout provided equally grim news. 72 hours of breathable atmosphere remained. With 4 occupants, 2 of them large predators with accelerated metabolisms that estimate seemed optimistic, Jordan opened the emergency supply compartment beneath the pilot's seat. Standard ration packs, water reclamation filters, and a basic medical kit enough to sustain one person for 2 weeks under normal circumstances. He removed the medical kit and ran the diagnostic scanner over his torso, confirming a fractured rib and multiple lacerations. "Your beast seemed to have developed an attachment to you," Drekthar observed as Jordan applied a synthetic skin bandage to a deep cut on his forearm. Fascinating how effectively the neural integration protocols function. Why were you stealing them? Jordan asked, applying pressure tape to his ribcage. Not them, Drekthar corrected. The research, the specimens were a bonus. He tilted his head, reptilian eyes narrowing. The Evolutionary Consortium has invested considerable resources in acquiring that data. The what? Your clearance level didn't extend to the program's true purpose, Drekthar said. How disappointing. Jordan turned his attention to Drekthar's equipment, piled in a corner where the beast had apparently deposited it. He discovered a sophisticated device nestled within the Korgan's armor, plates a subspace transmitter unlike any standard model Jordan had encountered. Its design suggested capabilities far beyond normal communication arrays. Military-grade encryption, Drekthar said, following Jordan's gaze. Release me and I'll summon rescue. Your rescue, not mine, Jordan replied. The smaller Nexus Beast Beta, Jordan decided to call it, approached the navigation console. With surprising dexterity, it extended a foreclaw and tapped the display, activating a diagnostic sequence. The larger Beast Alpha remained positioned between Jordan and Drekthar, its posture suggesting protective vigilance. Jordan's attention shifted to the stasis container that had housed Beta. Inside, he found data storage devices and documentation. Plugging one into the pod's computer revealed extensive research files, genetic sequencing data, neural mapping protocols, and behavioral modification techniques. The documentation confirmed what Jordan had already suspected. These weren't simply enhanced predators. The Vulcan military had systematically integrated humanoid neural patterns into Nexus Beast physiology. Alpha represented the first successful integration, while Beta embodied a more advanced stage of the program: enhanced cognitive function, superior problem-solving capabilities, and primitive communication potential. Alpha suddenly growled, its attention fixed on Drekthar. Jordan glanced at the Korgan, noticing a subtle shift in his posture. The beast had detected something Jordan had missed. Moving quickly, Jordan examined Drekthar more carefully, discovering a small implant embedded in the Korgan's neck. The device contained dual functions: a paralytic toxin delivery system and a secondary subspace transmitter actively broadcasting on encrypted frequencies. Insurance policy? Jordan asked, carefully removing the implant. Standard procedure, Drekthar replied, his calm demeanor unshaken. With the implant removed, Jordan accessed the stolen research data. He discovered files detailing the Evolutionary Consortium, a shadow organization comprising rogue scientists dedicated to accelerating evolution through direct genetic intervention. Their manifesto outlined plans to create entirely new sentient species by combining traits from existing life forms. Beta approached Jordan, emitting a series of distinctive vocalizations unlike typical Nexus Beast hunting calls. The pattern seemed deliberate, almost rhythmic. Jordan recalled the communication techniques he'd used during their time in the habitat, recognizing Beta's attempt to establish contact. Drawing on his xenobiology training, Jordan began responding with simple physical gestures paired with vocal patterns. Beta mirrored his movements, gradually establishing a rudimentary communication system. Through this basic exchange, Beta conveyed something unexpected: it sensed other Nexus beasts at considerable distances. The creature oriented itself toward a specific point through the viewport, suggesting the Vulcan transport carrying flora might be within detection range. The pod's emergency systems indicate an approaching gravitational anomaly, the computer announced. Impact in 3 hours, 7 minutes. The display showed a massive distortion in space-time directly in their path, one of the phenomena that made the barren expanse so treacherous. Their current trajectory would take them directly into it, likely destroying the pod. Jordan examined the propulsion systems, confirming what he already suspected: the maneuvering thrusters had been damaged during their escape from the station. He studied the pod's schematics, identifying the life support infrastructure's compressed gas reserves as a potential alternative. "We could vent the atmospheric regulators," he said aloud, calculating thrust ratios. "Create enough propulsion to alter our trajectory." He frowned, but it would reduce our life support duration to less than 24 hours. Beta approached the console, studying Jordan's calculations. With precise movements, the creature indicated an alternative venting pattern, one requiring less gas expenditure while achieving the necessary course correction. Jordan reviewed the beast's suggestion, recognizing that its enhanced cognitive functions included mathematical processing capabilities beyond what he'd anticipated. "That might work," he said, implementing Beta's pattern. The pod shuddered as compressed gas vented in controlled bursts, gradually shifting their trajectory away from the gravitational anomaly. The life support display recalculated. 48 hours of breathable atmosphere remained twice what Jordan had expected to preserve. "Impressive," Drekthar said. The consortium's assessment of these specimens' potential was accurate. "What exactly is the evolutionary consortium planning?" Jordan asked, turning toward the Korgan. Drekthar's reptilian features formed what might have been a smile. "Evolution, of course. Directed, accelerated, controlled evolution. And these creatures are part of that plan, a crucial component," Drekthar confirmed. "Along with our facility. Facility? We're drifting toward it now," Drekthar said. "The consortium maintains a research installation in this sector positioned within a gravitational pocket that masks its presence from standard detection methods." Jordan glanced at the navigation display, understanding now why their seemingly random drift had a purpose. He looked at Alpha and Beta, then back to Drekthar. "You planned for this," Jordan said. "For us to be captured." "Not specifically you," Drekthar replied. "But specimens, yes. The destruction of the station was regrettable but necessary to cover our tracks." Alpha growled again, sensing Jordan's rising anger. The beast moved closer to Drekthar, teeth bared in warning. "Your beasts are impressive," Drekthar said, "but they're merely prototypes compared to what the consortium has already achieved." Before Jordan could respond, the pod's sensors registered a new alert. A subtle gravitational shift indicated they had entered the pocket Drekthar had mentioned. Through the viewport, the stars seemed to warp slightly, an optical illusion created by the gravitational distortion surrounding them. 47 hours until complete system failure, the computer reminded them. Jordan checked the sensor readings again. According to the instruments, nothing existed within detection range, yet the gravitational readings contradicted this assessment. Something massive lay ahead, hidden from conventional sensors but gradually pulling them closer. "How do I contact your facility?" Jordan asked, turning back to Drekthar. The Korgan commander's expression remained neutral. "The transmitter in my armor. Specific frequencies, precise authentication codes. Without them, the facility's defense systems will destroy this pod before we get within visual range." Jordan weighed his options. The transmitter represented their best chance of survival, but using it meant delivering 2 enhanced Nexus beasts and invaluable research directly to an organization with unknown and potentially dangerous motives. Beta vocalized again, drawing Jordan's attention to the viewport. In the distance, barely visible against the backdrop of stars, a faint light pulsed rhythmically. Not the consortium facility. The pattern matched standard Vulcan distress protocols. The Vulcan transport, Flora and the others. Jordan reached for the transmitter, his decision made. The gravitational pockets surrounding the consortium facility might be preventing standard communications from reaching the Vulcan transport. But with this military-grade device, he might establish contact. "What are you doing?" Drekthar asked, tension evident in his voice for the first time. "Improvising," Jordan replied, accessing the transmitter's control interface. something humans excel at. As Jordan began reprogramming the device, Alpha positioned itself directly before Drekthar, its massive form blocking the Korgan's view. Beta moved to Jordan's side, its intelligent eyes tracking his movements with apparent understanding. The transmitter's display illuminated with encrypted command options. Jordan had minutes to either contact the Vulcan transport or signal the consortium facility, while their pod continued its inexorable drift toward whatever waited in the gravitational pocket ahead. Jordan's fingers worked methodically over the transmitter's control interface, reconfiguring circuits and rerouting power pathways. The military-grade encryption yielded to his persistent efforts, revealing command protocols far more sophisticated than standard communication arrays. Your consortium didn't anticipate someone with xenobiology training accessing this device, Jordan said, noting Drekthar's increasingly rigid posture. The Korgan commander remained silent, his reptilian eyes tracking Jordan's movements. Alpha maintained its vigilant position, massive head swiveling between Jordan and Drekthar, responding to subtle shifts in tension. Jordan assessed his options. The transmitter contained components he could repurpose to boost the pod's emergency beacon, creating a directional signal amplifier, potentially capable of reaching the Vulcan transport. If Beta's sensory indications were accurate, Flora's ship might be within range. "I need tools," Jordan muttered, searching through the emergency kit. He extracted a microprobe and several precision implements designed for emergency repairs. His hands shook slightly, the aftereffects of adrenaline and injury making the delicate work challenging. Blood seeped through the synthetic skin bandage on his forearm as he attempted to disassemble the transmitter housing. Beta approached, observing Jordan's struggle. With unexpected delicacy, the creature extended its foreclaw and steadied the transmitter component Jordan was attempting to extract. The Nexus beast's claws, evolved for tearing through armor plating, now demonstrated precision control Jordan had never documented in the species. "That's helpful," Jordan said, surprised by Beta's initiative. Beta vocalized softly, maintaining its grip on the component while Jordan carefully disconnected power linkages. Working together, they extracted the subspace amplification module, the key to enhancing their emergency beacon. "The neural integration is more advanced than we realized," Drekthar observed from his restrained position. The specimens establish complex assistance patterns without explicit instruction. Alpha growled, moving closer to Drekthar. "They don't appreciate being called specimens," Jordan said, noting the beast's response. "And neither do I," he paused his work, fixing Drekthar with a steady gaze. "Tell me more about this evolutionary consortium while I work." Drekthar assessed Jordan for several seconds before responding. The consortium comprises 17 species renegade scientists, military researchers, genetic theorists, individuals who recognize that evolution requires acceleration, and the Vulcans are involved, Jordan asked, connecting the amplifier to the pod's emergency beacon. "Some of their most brilliant minds," Drekthar confirmed. "Scientists frustrated by their government's ethical restrictions. The military program you witnessed was merely the public face, limited, constrained by Vulcan morality." His mouth formed a thin smile. "Our facility operates without such limitations." "Your hidden research facility," Jordan said, understanding dawning. "That's where we're drifting." "Yes," Drekthar acknowledged. "Established specifically to advance the Nexus Beast Enhancement Program beyond authorized parameters. The ultimate goal: biologically enhanced soldiers with apex predator capabilities." Jordan absorbed this information while completing the signal amplifier connections. Beta continued holding components steady, demonstrating fine motor control that should have been impossible for its species. The creature's intelligence clearly exceeded anything documented in narration. Activation sequence ready, Jordan said, understanding dawning. The creature's intelligence clearly exceeded anything documented in Nexus Beast studies. "Activation sequence ready," Jordan said, finalizing the modifications. The transmitter now connected directly to the pod's emergency beacon, configured to broadcast on frequencies the Vulcan transport would monitor. Jordan encoded the transmission with data packets containing the research information about the enhanced Nexus beasts and the evolutionary consortium. If nothing else, this evidence would reach Vulcan authorities. "Transmitting," Jordan announced, activating the system. The pod's lights dimmed momentarily as power diverted to the enhanced beacon. The computer immediately issued a warning: power consumption exceeding sustainable levels. Life support duration reduced to 36 hours. Jordan frowned but continued the transmission. The signal represented their best chance of rescue, even at the cost of precious life support resources. While the beacon broadcast, Jordan accessed the research data more thoroughly. Each file revealed increasingly disturbing information. "Professor Crow," Jordan muttered, staring at the documentation. He was part of the consortium all along. The files confirmed his suspicion. Crow wasn't merely supervising the enhanced Nexus beast transport. He was one of the consortium's founding members who had arranged the entire field trip as cover for transporting specimens to their facility. Jordan continued scanning the data, his expression hardening as he discovered more. The student selection wasn't random, was it? He asked, looking up at Drekthar. "No," the Korgan confirmed. "The Vulcan children were chosen based on genetic profiles suggesting compatibility with enhancement procedures. That's why your forces targeted them specifically," Jordan said, pieces falling into place. "Not just eliminating witnesses, acquiring test subjects." Before Drekthar could respond, the pod shuddered. External sensors indicated a gravitational shift. They were being pulled into the edge of a spatial anomaly. Jordan checked the navigation system, calculating their new trajectory. "We're being pulled deeper into the expanse," he announced. Something in Drekthar's posture changed, a subtle relaxation. "This benefits you, doesn't it? We're heading toward your facility faster now." "The barren expanse contains numerous gravitational distortions," Drekthar replied neutrally. "The facility is positioned to utilize them for concealment." Jordan considered fighting the gravitational pull, then reconsidered. A facility, even a hostile one, meant life support systems and communication equipment. Their pod couldn't sustain them much longer. "Computer, adjust thrusters to work with the gravitational pull," Jordan instructed. "Accelerate approach along current vector." Drekthar's eyes narrowed. "An interesting decision." "Practical," Jordan countered. "We need a facility with functional life support. And now I know exactly what I'm walking into." Beta vocalized suddenly, a series of agitated sounds unlike its previous communication attempts. The creature moved to the viewport, claws tapping against the transparent surface. "What is it?" Jordan asked, attempting to interpret the beast's behavior. Through their rudimentary communication system, Beta conveyed a disturbing message. It sensed other enhanced Nexus beasts nearby. Many others. The creature's agitation increased, conveying that these distant beasts felt wrong, somehow their neural patterns differing from both natural Nexus beasts and the enhanced versions Jordan had encountered. "Your breeding program has expanded," Jordan said to Drekthar. "Advanced," the Korgan corrected. "Evolution requires variation." The pod's sensors detected a structure ahead, what appeared to be a natural asteroid cluster. Jordan scrutinized the readings, noting subtle inconsistencies in the pattern. The formation was artificial, carefully positioned to conceal something within. "Advanced camouflage technology," Jordan observed. "Beyond standard Vulcan or human capabilities." "The consortium draws from many technological traditions," Drekthar noted. Before Jordan could respond, the pod lurched violently. A tractor beam had locked onto them, drawing them toward the disguised facility. The external cameras showed an opening appearing within the asteroid formation, a concealed docking bay. Jordan worked quickly, extracting the medical kit. He needed insurance before they arrived. Using the research equipment, he extracted a sample of his own blood and combined it with a solution derived from the stasis chemicals. "What are you doing?" Drekthar asked, watching closely. "Improvising," Jordan replied, not elaborating further. The research data had revealed that the Nexus beast's genetic modifications included human neural patterns, creating a possible exploitable connection. Jordan applied the mixture to his skin and shared it with both Alpha and Beta, who recognized the significance through their enhanced intelligence. Through the viewport, Jordan observed the facility as they approached, larger than Drekthar had suggested. Numerous research vessels and transport ships with disguised registrations occupied the docking area. Several Vulcan military vessels bore modified identification markers, confirming high-level Vulcan involvement. The pod's communication system crackled suddenly, breaking through the interference. A degraded signal fought through static originating from the Vulcan transport ship. "Detected your beacon coordinates received," Flora's voice came through broken fragments. "Contacted Vulcan patrol relay data authorities en route 72 hours. The message faded as the pod entered the docking bay's interference field. Jordan processed the information rescue was coming, but not soon enough to prevent their capture. Still, the coordinates and data about the consortium had reached Vulcan authorities. The docking sequence completed with a metallic thud as clamps secured the pod. External cameras showed armed personnel approaching Korgan mercenaries and Vulcan security officers wearing non-standard uniforms with an unfamiliar insignia. Jordan made final preparations, securing the most critical research data in a subdermal storage device implanted in his forearm, a standard precaution for xenobiologists working in potentially hostile environments. He positioned himself strategically, with Alpha and Beta appearing restrained but actually ready to respond to specific signals. The airlock cycled open. A Vulcan male with severe features stepped forward, flanked by 4 armed guards of different species. Jordan recognized him instant. Doctor. From academic journals, Dr. Sarek, a prominent geneticist reportedly killed in a laboratory accident 3 years earlier. Sarek's gaze moved from Jordan to the Nexus beasts, assessing each with calculated interest. His expression revealed neither surprise nor concern at their presence. "Mr. Scott," Sarek said, his voice precisely modulated, "your unexpected arrival is most fortuitous. Welcome to Evolution's Forge." "Edge," Jordan finished for him. He gave a slight nod, careful to keep his expression neutral as he assessed his surroundings. 4 guards with phase rifles flanked them, 2 Korgans, a Tellarite, and a species Jordan didn't recognize with scaled skin and 4 eyes. All wore the same insignia as Sarek, a double helix wrapped around what appeared to be a stylized predator claw. "Your reputation precemrs you, Mr. Scott," Sarek continued. "Few xenobiologists have demonstrated your intuitive approach to predator species. Your arrival with 2 successfully integrated Nexus beast specimens is most fortuitous indeed." Jordan allowed Alpha and Beta to be guided from the pod, maintaining the appearance of docility while activating their predetermined signal, 3 subtle taps of his index finger against his thumb. The beasts maintained their staged positions, appearing subdued but compliant. "I'd like to know more about your work," Jordan said, his voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through his system. "Professor Krall never mentioned the full scope of your research." "I imagine he did not," Sarek replied, gesturing Jordan forward. "Security protocols necessitate discretion. Please follow me. I believe you'll find our facilities educational." As they exited the docking bay, Jordan scanned for details: camera positions, security checkpoints, personnel patterns. The corridor opened into a vast central hub that took his breath away despite his circumstances. Evolution's Forge was enormous, a complex network of interconnected asteroids forming a hidden research arcology. 317 scientists currently work within our facility, Sarek said, noting Jordan's reaction. Representing 17 species, each contributing unique perspectives to our collective endeavor. They passed a large observation chamber where technicians monitored at least a dozen transparent containment units. Each housed what appeared to be enhanced predator species from various worlds. Jordan spotted Rigelian sand tigers, Andorian ice predators, and most concerningly, an entire section dedicated to Nexus beasts. Jordan counted at least 20 specimens in various stages of development, some with obvious cybernetic enhancements. Unlike Alpha and Beta, these creatures moved with mechanical precision, but lacked the spark of awareness Jordan had come to recognize in his companions. Your specimens demonstrate remarkable cognitive function, Sarek observed, watching Jordan study the containment area, far beyond what our current generation has achieved. Jordan kept his expression carefully neutral. Nexus beasts are naturally intelligent. With proper handling, no, Sarek interrupted. This exceeds standard behavioral conditioning. Their neural patterns show true integrative reasoning. The Vulcan's eyes narrowed slightly. Most intriguing, they continued through a research wing housing dozens of laboratories. Scientists from multiple species worked at advanced stations, many monitoring experiments that made Jordan's stomach tight. In one chamber, researchers were extracting neural tissue from what appeared to be a sedated Andorian. In another, a Tellarite subject's physical structure was being systematically modified through some form of accelerated genetic restructuring. As you can see, our work extends significantly beyond predator enhancement, Sarek explained, stopping at a viewing window overlooking a central laboratory. This is where we develop methodologies for transferring cognitive and physical traits between sentient species. Jordan maintained his facade of scientific curiosity while internally mapping each corridor and junction. You're creating hybrid species. We are designing evolutionary optimality, Sarek corrected. Natural evolution is inefficient, wasteful. Trillions of failed genetic combinations for each successful adaptation. We are correcting that inefficiency. The implication hit Jordan with stunning clarity. They weren't merely enhancing existing species. They were developing replacement templates. Custom-designed hybrid species with precisely selected attributes from across the galaxy's most successful evolutionary lineages. You're talking about replacing natural diversity with engineered uniformity, Jordan said, unable to keep the edge from his voice. Sarek raised an eyebrow. We're ensuring survival through optimization. When complete, our work will eliminate the biological lottery that has governed life for billions of years. They passed through a security checkpoint where Jordan noted neural inhibitor emitters recessed into the sealing technology designed specifically to control enhanced predator specimens. He also observed that each section of the facility connected to a centralized environmental system, much like the one he had manipulated at the research station. Alpha and Beta were directed to a separate corridor by 2 technicians. Jordan felt a momentary surge of anxiety before remembering the chemical bond he'd established. Through the reinforced pheromonal link, he could still sense their positions even as they moved out of sight. Your specimens will be thoroughly examined, Sarek assured him. We have designated our finest containment facilities for their study. They require specific handling protocols, Jordan cautioned, feigning professional conk, Mr. I assure you, Mr. Scott, our security measures are more than adequate. They turned into a larger laboratory where a familiar figure stood examining data displays. Professor Crowell turned, his expression shifting from concentration to visible shock at seeing Jordan. This cannot be, Crowell stated, recovering his composure. You were reported deceased in the station incident. Jordan forced a confused expression. Professor, you're alive. I thought you'd been killed when the raiders attacked. Crowell exchanged a glance with Sarek before responding. A fortunate escape. Mr. like your own, it seems. Mr. Scott has arrived with two remarkably integrated specimens, Sarek explained. His presence offers an unexpected opportunity to advance our neural integration protocols. Jordan noted how Crowell's eyes widened slightly at this information. Of course, most fortunate indeed. Mr. Scott's handling techniques were precisely why we selected him for the expedition. The casual confirmation that he had been targeted specifically stung, though Jordan had already suspected as much. You selected me because of my predator work. Your background in managing apex predator species made you an ideal subject for observation, Crowell confirmed. Your methods were to be incorporated into our enhancement program. I'm flattered, Jordan said dryly, continuing his visual assessment of the laboratory. A communications array in the far corner caught his attention, more sophisticated than standard Federation technology. Sarek guided Jordan to a monitoring station displaying Alpha and Beta's vital signs. The beasts had been placed in a specialized containment area, surrounded by standard restraint fields. The scientists clearly hadn't detected the chemical bond Jordan had established, assuming their protocols would be sufficient. Through his connection, Jordan sensed Alpha and Beta's positions within the facility. This unexpected awareness gave him a mental map extending beyond his immediate surroundings, a crucial emister, Entage, as he formulated his strategy. Tell me, Mr. Scott, Sarek said, studying Jordan carefully, how did you establish such rapport with the specimens? Our enhancement program has achieved physical and cognitive improvements, but cooperation remains problematic. Jordan considered his response carefully. Respect, he said finally, understanding their natural communication patterns rather than imposing external control. Sarek made a notation on his data pad, a simplistic explanation for such complex behavioral modification. We'll need to examine your methodology more thoroughly. As they continued the tour, Jordan overheard a technician speaking to Sarek in hushed tones about specialized communication technology. The system apparently bypassed standard detection methods, explaining how the consortium operated without attracting official attention. Jordan's mind raced. If he could access that system, he might amplify their distress signal to guide the approaching Vulcan patrol directly to the facility, reducing the rescue timeline from 72 hours to perhaps under 20. The tour paused when Sarek received a communication. The Vulcan stepped away briefly, speaking in low tones with another scientist. Jordan strained to hear their conversation. Neural pattern extraction must proceed immediately, Sarek was saying. Preparation protocols require minimum 4 hours, the other scientist countered. Acceptable. Schedule the procedure after I complete the current phase. The subject's brain tissue may contain valuable integration data. Jordan's pulse quickened. They intended to dissect his brain within hours. The timeline for action had just compressed dramatically. Sarek returned, his expression unchanged. A minor scheduling adjustment. Now, let me show you our primary research wing. As they walked, Jordan caught another fragment of conversation from passing technicians discussing a consortium vessel that had intercepted a damaged Vulcan transport. The reference to a female who had demonstrated rudimentary Nexus beast communication confirmed his worst fears. They had captured Flora and the other students. The facility suddenly shuddered, and alarm indicators flashed on nearby monitors. Containment breach in Section 14, announced an automated system. Security personnel to containment level. Sarek frowned, checking a data terminal. It appears several specimens from the Adaptive Morphology Project have escaped their enclosures. Jordan recognized the development for what it was, an opportunity. As security personnel rushed toward the breach, surveillance in other sections would necessarily diminish. Perhaps we should postpone the remainder of Mr. Hour, Sarek suggested, gesturing to the guards. Escort Mr. Scott to Observation Room 3 for temporary security containment. As the guards led him away, Jordan noted they were taking him through the central communication hub precisely where he needed to be. He sent a subtle pheromonal signal to Alpha and Beta through their established link. The time for action had arrived. Entering the observation room, Jordan caught sight of an environmental control panel near the communication array. His mind raced through xenobiological data. Korgans had specific atmospheric sensitivities that other humanoid species lacked, with the right modifications to oxygen-nitrogen ratios and trace elements. The guard's communicator activated. All security personnel be advised. Commander Drekthar has identified systematic sabotage patterns. The human subject is to be considered extremely dangerous. Initiate enhanced containment protocols immediately. Jordan glanced at the chronometer on the wall. The neural extraction would begin in less than 4 hours, and Drekthar was already identifying his methods. Somewhere in the facility, Alpha and Beta had begun their coordinated breakout sequence. The facility shuddered again, this time from an entirely different cause. Section of the facility. The impact reverberated through the walls, followed by the distinctive sound of tearing metal. Jordan moved instantly. As the guard turned toward the noise, Jordan seized the momentary distraction to strike. A precise blow to the guard's nerve cluster dropped him to the floor. Jordan grabbed the guard's access card and communication device before the man had even finished falling. Alarms erupted throughout Evolution's forge, bathing the observation room in pulsing red light. Jordan accessed the neural monitoring equipment installed against the far wall. His fingers moved with practiced efficiency, disconnecting processor modules and extracting specific components. Warning: containment breach in sectors 14, 17, and 22, the facility's automated system announced. All personnel initiate emergency lockdown procedures. A smile tugged at Jordan's lips. Alpha and Beta had executed their part of the plan perfectly, destroying key power relays in their containment area. The cascading system failures were triggering automatic protocols that released other specimens exactly as he'd hoped. The observation room's doors sealed automatically as the facility's emergency systems activated. The isolation that was meant to contain him now protected him from interruption. Through his chemical bond, Jordan sensed Alpha and Beta moving through different sections of the complex. Their mental signatures pulsed with determined purpose. Jordan repurposed the neural scanner components, transforming them into a makeshift transmitter amplifier. He connected it to the communication array, bypassing the standard security protocols. Multiple specimen containment failures detected, announced the system. Security teams respond to all affected areas. In the central command center, Sarek studied the facility's monitoring systems, his Vulcan features betraying subtle concern. These failures appear to be systematic power distribution malfunctions, he noted to Crow. The containment field regulators are losing stability in sequence. Crow frowned at the cascading alert indicators. Assign engineering teams to restore primary systems. This appears to be an equipment malfunction. I have already done so, Sarek replied. However, the failure pattern is unusual. Multiple independent systems are failing simultaneously. Jordan finished reconfiguring the communications array, his fingers moving with precision despite the facility's continued shuddering. He calibrated the frequency to standard Vulcan patrol parameters and began transmitting. This is Jordan Scott broadcasting from illegal research facility designated Evolution's Forge. Coordinates attached. The facility contains evidence of prohibited genetic experimentation on sentient species, requesting immediate intervention. He added a data package containing fragmented information he'd gathered during his tour enough to validate his claims. The signal strength indicator flickered, then stabilized as his amplifier engaged. The transmission was broadcasting at maximum power. In the command center, a junior technician approached Sarek. "Sir, we're detecting an unauthorized transmission originating from Observation Room 3. Sarek's eyes narrowed. The human. Commander Drekthar was correct. This is not coincidental system failure. It is deliberate sabotage. The Vulcan activated the facility-wide communication system. Commander Drekthar, the human subject is responsible for the current system failures. Secure him immediately in Observation Room 3. Drekthar acknowledged the order and mobilized his security team. They moved through the increasingly chaotic facility, navigating around escaped specimens and responding to multiple system failures. As they approached a narrow corridor connecting to Jordan's location, Alpha emerged from an adjacent maintenance shaft. The enhanced Nexus beast analyzed the tactical situation with calculating intelligence. Rather than attacking directly, it targeted a set of coolant pipes running along the ceiling. Alpha's powerful jaws punctured the reinforced conduits with precision. Pressurized coolant gas erupted into the corridor, creating an impenetrable barrier between Drekthar's team and their objective. Fall back, Drekthar ordered as the gas expanded. Reroute through Section 16. Meanwhile, Beta had reached the secondary containment area. Using its enhanced strength, it systematically disabled the security locks on several enclosures. 6 more enhanced Nexus beasts emerged, their behavior initially aggressive until Beta released a specific pheromone pattern. The beasts immediately responded, forming into a coordinated group. Unlike the facility's other specimens, these beasts recognized Beta's chemical signals, a result of their shared genetic structure and Jordan's bonding technique. Beta led this newly formed pack through the facility, targeting security systems with strategic precision. Sarek monitored these developments with growing concern. The specimens are displaying coordinated behavior patterns. This exceeds all previous observations. Implement Neural Inhibitor Protocol Epsilon 9, Krau ordered. Full facility coverage. Sarek activated the emergency system. Throughout Evolution's Forge, recessed emitters deployed, flooding all areas with neural inhibitor fields designed to incapacitate enhanced specimens. In the corridor where Alpha had created the coolant barrier, Drekthar observed the beast through the fog. His expression shifted from confidence to disbelief as Alpha remained fully functional despite the neural inhibitors. Impossible, he muttered. The inhibitors should have rendered it unconscious. In the observation room, Jordan felt the neural inhibitors activate. He recognized the distinctive pressure signature from his studies of consortium technology. His lips curved into a satisfied smile, another anticipated countermeasure that would fail. The chemical bonding technique he'd developed had created unforeseen protections that the consortium scientists hadn't considered. Jordan turned his attention to the environmental controls. With precise adjustments, he modified the facility's atmospheric composition, increasing certain trace elements while reducing others. The changes would be imperceptible to most species, but would specifically target Korgan physiology. As the modified atmosphere circulated through Evolution's Forge, Korgan security personnel began experiencing progressive cognitive impairment. Their movements slowed, decision-making degraded, and coordination faltered. "Something's wrong," one Korgan guard reported, his speech slightly slurred. "Can't think clearly." Drekthar struggled to maintain focus as the atmospheric changes affected him. The human he's altering life support parameters. Despite his deteriorating condition, the commander's experience allowed him to recognize what was happening. Distribute emergency breathing apparatus immediately. In the Central Command Center, Professor Krau analyzed the pattern of system failures. His expression darkened as the implications became clear. The human has discovered far more about our operations than should have been possible, Krau told Sarek, and the transport carrying the Vulcan students will dock within 3 hours. Krau accessed the secure database. "We must purge all research data immediately. If Vulcan authorities gain access to our files, the entire consortium will be compromised. Agreed, Sarek replied. Initiate emergency purge protocols. Jordan completed his adjustments to the life support system and moved to the sealed door. Through his bond, he sensed Beta and its pack approaching his position. Using components salvaged from the neural monitoring equipment, he bypassed the emergency lockdown mechanism. The door slid open to reveal Beta standing at the head of 6 enhanced Nexus beasts. The creatures immediately formed a protective formation around Jordan, responding to his pheromonal signals with precision that would have impressed even the most seasoned tactical unit. Good work, Jordan said, his bond with the beasts strengthening as he assessed their condition. None showed any effects from the neural inhibitors. Jordan retrieved a facility schematic from the observation room's terminal before leaving. We need to reach the central database, he told his escort, knowing they understood his intentions if not his exact words. As they moved through the corridor, they encountered 2 consortium scientists backing away from an area where several other specimens had escaped. Jordan Rec Doctor eyes them from the research DRNG Dr. Maris, a Tellarite geneticist, and Dr. Velex, an Andorian neurologist. The facility's failing, Jordan told them, while his Nexus beast guards maintained a controlled perimeter. Vulcan authorities will be here soon. They'll want to know who was involved in illegal experimentation on sentient beings. Fear flashed across the scientists' faces. We were told all research was sanctioned, Velex protested. We had no knowledge of "help me preserve the research data Kral is trying to delete," Jordan interrupted, "and I'll ensure the authorities understand your position." The scientists exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. The primary database access is through the central laboratory, Maris explained, but security will be concentrated there. Then we'll need a diversion, Jordan replied. Throughout the facility, Alpha continued its systematic assault on infrastructure. The beast targeted power distribution nodes in sequence, creating cascading failures that forced emergency systems to reroute power away from security measures toward critical life support. Sarek observed this pattern with reluctant admiration. The specimen is displaying tactical understanding beyond any previous enhancement. It comprehends our infrastructure well enough to create specifically targeted failures. Every security officer we have left, Sarek ordered into his communicator, find Jordan Scott and capture him alive. His neural patterns contain the key to this unprecedented behavior. Commander Drekthar, having distributed breathing apparatus to counteract Jordan's atmospheric modifications, set up an ambush at a junction point leading to the central database. He positioned his remaining security team with stun weapons calibrated specifically for human physiology. The human will attempt to reach the central database, Drekthar informed his team. When he arrives, target him exclusively. Do not damage his neural tissue. As Jordan and his escort approached the junction, facility sensors detected an incoming vessel. The observation stations throughout Evolution's Forge displayed the alert. Vulcan patrol cruiser detected on approach vector. Moments later, a transmission echoed through the facility. Attention research station. This is Captain Tilara of the Vulcan security vessel Kavar. We have received evidence of illegal genetic experimentation at your coordinates. Surrender your facility immediately or face forcible boarding. You have 5 minutes to comply. Jordan's message had reached the Vulcan patrols far earlier than expected. The approaching cruiser wasn't the transport carrying Flora and the students, it was a patrol vessel responding to his distress signal. In the command center, Sarek exchanged a grave look with Kral. We cannot allow Vulcan authorities to access our research. Too many planetary governments are involved. The Vulcan scientist moved to a secured console and entered a complex authorization code. Red warning indicators flashed across the screen. Facility self-destruct sequence initiated. 15 minutes to complete evacuation. This is not a drill. Jordan felt the facility's subtle shift as power diverted to the self-destruct systems. The automated announcement confirmed his fears. They would destroy all evidence rather than face exposure. With Drekthar's ambush ahead, Sarek's escape team converging from another direction, and the facility beginning its destruction countdown, Jordan knew he faced impossible odds. Somehow he needed to secure the research data, prevent the approaching Vulcan transport with Flora from docking with the doomed facility, and find a way to escape before Evolution's Forge tore itself apart. He glanced at the assembled Nexus beasts surrounding him, their enhanced intelligence evident in their calculated positioning and tactical awareness. Through his bond with Alpha and Beta, he sensed their proximity to his position approaching from different directions. "We need a new plan," Jordan told Maris and Velex, "and we have less than 15 minutes to execute it." Jordan glanced at the countdown display. 14 minutes and 47 seconds remained. His mind raced through available options, each less viable than the last. With facility systems failing, security forces converging from multiple directions, and a doomsday countdown in progress, the situation required immediate action. The enhanced beasts surrounding him sensed his heightened alertness, their posture shifting in response. "We need to split up," Jordan told Maris and Velex. "Single objective won't work anymore." He closed his eyes briefly, focusing on the neural connection he'd established with Alpha and Beta. Through this unique bond, he transmitted complex intentions rather than simple commands. Alpha's consciousness brushed against his acknowledging understanding. "Alpha, take 4 of the pack," Jordan instructed aloud, reinforcing the mental command. "The Vulcan transport carrying students will approach soon. You must prevent it from docking, at all costs." Jordan quickly disassembled his communicator, modifying its circuits and attaching it to a small emergency beacon from the wall panel. "This will broadcast a warning signal. Position it at the external viewport near docking bay 3. The visual of your presence plus the signal should keep them away until the Vulcan patrol can secure them." Alpha accepted the modified device in its jaws with surprising gentleness, then selected 4 beasts from the group with subtle chemical signals. The 5 enhanced creatures moved away, their coordinated movements displaying tactical precision as they navigated toward the outer sections of the facility. "Beta, you stay W, Doctor." "Me," Jordan said. "We need those database cores." "Doctor." Velex pulled up a schematic on her tablet. "Security will have the main access routes covered. Drekthar isn't stupid, he'll have set up an ambush at this junction." She pointed to a critical intersection ahead. "Then we'll give him something to think about," Jordan replied. They proceeded through deteriorating corridors, emergency lighting casting harsh shadows. Distant explosions punctuated the facility's automated countdown announcements. 13 minutes remained. As they approached the junction Velex had indicated, Jordan held up his hand, signaling the group to halt. He studied the ceiling architecture, identifying the exposed coolant pipes running above the intersection ahead. "Drekthar's team is waiting around that corner," Jordan whispered. "Beta, target those specific pipes not to create a barrier, but to trigger the fire suppression system." Beta understood immediately. The enhanced Predator calculated trajectory, leapt upward with astonishing precision, and sank its claws into the coolant pipes. The pressurized system ruptured with a shriek of escaping gas. Environmental alarms blared. Seconds later, chemical foam flooded the junction area as the fire suppression system activated automatically. Through the chaos, Jordan glimpsed Korgan security forces, their electronic targeting systems malfunctioning as conductive foam covered equipment and sensors. "Now," Jordan shouted, leading his group THR Doctor, H the confusion. Weapon discharge flashed through the foam. "Doctor." Maris grunted and collapsed. Jordan turned back to see the Tellarite scientist clutching his side, purple blood seeping between his fingers. "Go," Maris gasped, fumbling with his security badge. "Take this level 7 clearance. My credentials will get you where standard access can't. Jordan hesitated. You won't make it carrying me, Maurice insisted, pressing the badge into Jordan's hand. Sarek has a private research database. Security level 7 can access it. That's where the most damning evidence will be. We'll send help, Jordan began. 12 minutes to self-destruct, the automated system announced. Maurice shook his head. No time, go. Jordan reluctantly accepted the badge. Thank you. With Beta leading the way, Jordan and Velix accessed a maintenance conduit revealed by Maurice's security clearance. The passage bypassed Drekthar's position entirely, leading them directly toward the central server hub. They emerged into the pristine white environment of the central data core, only to find empty slots where the primary database modules should have been. Someone's removed them, Velix said, rushing to the control terminal. Her fingers danced across the interface. Accessing security feed. The screen displayed Professor Kral and 2 technicians disconnecting data cores and loading them onto a transport cart. The timestamp showed the footage was less than 2 minutes old. They're heading toward the executive shuttle bay, Velix noted. 11 minutes to self-destruct. Jordan studied the facility schematic. The outer sections are already beginning to blow. We need to move fast. They exited the server room through a secondary corridor. As they navigated through increasingly damaged sections of the facility, Jordan received a mental impression from Alpha mission success. The enhanced beast had positioned itself at the viewport, the warning beacon active. Through Alpha's senses, Jordan glimpsed the approaching Vulcan transport holding position at a safe distance. Relief flooded through him. Flora would be safe. A deep, resonant growl echoed through the corridor ahead. Jordan froze. The sound matched no Nexus beast vocalization he'd ever heard, deeper, more mechanical, wrong. Beta positioned itself protectively in front of Jordan, hackles raised. The remaining beasts formed a defensive perimeter. Around the corner emerged a nightmare, a Nexus beast nearly twice Beta's size. Its skull reinforced with metallic plating, cybernetic implants visible along its spine. Its movements lacked the natural fluidity Jordan had come to expect from even enhanced specimens. Instead, it moved with precise, programmed motions. Generation 3, Velix whispered, her voice trembling. Sarek mentioned them once classified beyond my clearance. Jordan attempted to establish a connection using his chemical bonding technique, but felt nothing. Where his enhanced specimens radiated cognitive presence, this beast projected emptiness, its natural consciousness suppressed by the implants controlling it. 10 minutes to self-destruct. The Generation 3 beast charged. Its speed defied its massive size, crossing the distance with terrifying efficiency. Beta intercepted, jaws locking with the larger creature's reinforced muzzle. The impact sounded like metal striking metal. Run! Jordan shouted to Velix as Beta was thrown against the wall with bone-crushing force. The enhanced predator somehow regained its footing, bleeding from multiple wounds. Jordan searched for options as the controlled beast advanced again. Beta communicated a desperate plan through their bond, leading the Generation 3 specimen away. Before Jordan could object, Beta charged the larger beast, inflicting a strategic wound before sprinting down a side corridor. The controlled predator pursued, following programming to eliminate the immediate threat. A distant warning klaxon sounded, indicating decompression in the section. Beta had chosen an area already beginning to fail from the self-destruct sequence. 9 minutes to self-destruct. Jordan and Velix continued toward the executive shuttle bay, every corridor bringing them closer to Kral and the vital data cores. They paused at a maintenance junction as Velix accessed a terminal. Drekthar has established a security perimeter around the shuttle, she reported. They're preparing for emergency departure. Jordan reached out to the remaining enhanced beasts through his bond. He transmitted specific instructions, positions, timing, synchronized actions to create the impression of multiple threats converging on the shuttle bay. 8 minutes to self-destruct. Through security cameras, they watched Drekthar respond to the apparent coordinated attack, dividing his forces to cover multiple approach vectors. The commander's tactical training worked against him. He recognized the pattern of an organized assault and responded accordingly, never suspecting it was a deliberate distraction. Jordan accessed the maintenance crawlway using Mari's credentials. The narrow passage led directly to the environmental control system for the executive shuttle bay. Velix followed, her breathing increasingly labored in the confined space. An external communication suddenly broadcast through the facility's emergency system. "This is Captain T. Lara of the Vulcan security vessel Kavar. We have neutralized defensive systems and are deploying evacuation shuttles. All personnel must proceed to designated evacuation points immediately. 7 minutes remain until complete structural failure." Jordan and Velix emerged into the shuttle bay's DRER maintenance level, overlooking the main floor. Professor Kral and Dr. Sarek stood beside the executive shuttle, engaged in heated debate as technicians loaded the final data cores. "The research takes priority," Kral insisted. 3 decades of work. Our survival ensures the work continues elsewhere," Sarek countered. "The cores are secured. We must depart now." Neither noticed Jordan accessing the shuttle's environmental system panel. His knowledge of consortium technology, gleaned from months of observation, allowed him to make subtle adjustments to the atmospheric mix, introducing a mild sedative compound that would render the occupants unconscious shortly after launch. 6 minutes to self-destruct. As Jordan completed the sabotage, a mechanical growl echoed through the shuttle bay. 2 more Generation 3 beasts entered from opposite sides, their movements synchronized with artificial precision. Unlike the first specimen, these operated in coordinated patterns, communicating through their implants. The beasts immediately detected Jordan's presence, their sensors focusing on his position with unnatural accuracy. Kral and Sarek followed their gaze, finally noticing the human. "The subject," Sarek said coldly, "terminate him." The Generation 3 beasts began converging on Jordan's position. He calculated escape routes, finding none. The controlled predators had positioned themselves to cut off all retreat paths. A familiar presence touched Jordan's mind. Alpha had returned, entering through an external maintenance hatch. The beast showed signs of vacuum exposure, frost on its fur, minor tissue damage, but remained functional. Its unexpected arrival created momentary confusion among the consortium leaders. Jordan seized the opportunity, vaulting over the railing to land beside the shuttle. He grabbed one of the data cores from the loading cart before Kral could react. 5 minutes to self-destruct. All personnel evacuate immediately. This is your final warning. Jordan backed away, clutching the stolen data core as the Generation 3 beasts advanced. Alpha positioned itself protectively beside him, while Kral and Sarek retreated toward the shuttle's entrance ramp. Captain Tilara's voice came through the emergency system again. "Final evacuation shuttles have been deployed. All personnel must reach evacuation points within 2 minutes. Anyone remaining after that time will be left behind." The Generation 3 beasts continued their approach, their programmed directives unwavering. With evidence secured but escape routes dwindling, Jordan faced the 2 approaching predators, his connection with Alpha their only advantage against the controlled beasts. The countdown continued its merciless progression toward 0. Jordan's mind raced as the Generation INEE beasts closed in. Their synchronized movements left no opening, their enhanced forms towering over Alpha's battle-worn frame. The data core felt heavy in his hands, evidence that could expose the consortium's crimes, but worthless if he didn't survive to deliver it. The communication device he'd salvaged from the lab section earlier pressed against his hip. A desperate idea formed. "Velix," Jordan whispered, "urged DRY. "The implants controlling these beasts, what frequency do they operate on?" Dr. Velix's eyes widened with understanding. Neural band, 87, 4 MHz with tertiary modulation. Jordan pulled the communication device from his belt, fingers working with practiced precision to adjust its broadcast parameters. 4 minutes to self-destruct, the automated system announced as he finished the modifications. He activated the device, sending a concentrated burst of interference precisely calibrated to disrupt the Generation 3 beast's neural implants. The effect was immediate. Both creatures stopped mid-stride, their heads twitching as conflicting signals scrambled their programming. "It won't hold them long," Jordan told Alpha through their bond, directing his attention to the power junctions visible along the shuttle bay walls. Beta, despite being injured from its earlier encounter, emerged from a side corridor, responding to Jordan's mental summons. Alpha understood immediately. The enhanced predator leapt toward the nearest power relay, claws extending to pierce the protective housing. Beta moved with remarkable coordination despite its injuries, targeting a junction on the opposite wall. Their attacks struck simultaneously. Electrical discharges erupted from both panels. Emergency lights flickered, then dimmed as security systems throughout the bay momentarily failed. The containment field separating adjacent sections deactivated with an audible hum. A chorus of growls echoed through the newly opened corridors as the remaining pack of enhanced Nexus beasts flooded into the shuttle bay. 6 predators entered from multiple access points, creating instant chaos among the consortium personnel preparing for evacuation. Professor Kral abandoned his argument with Sarek, lunging toward the cart Kanta Doctor, and the remaining data cores. "Secure those modules," he shouted at nearby technicians. Dr. Sarek turned his attention to the shuttle, prioritizing escape over salvaging research. His fingers danced across the control panel, initiating launch protocols. Commander Drekthar positioned himself between the approaching beasts and the Vulcan scientists. He unholstered a specialized weapon Jordan hadn't seen before, sleek, with distinctive emitter nodes along its barrel. Neural disruptor, Jordan realized, recognizing the design from specifications in the stolen research files. The weapon was calibrated to target the specific brain patterns of enhanced specimens, capable of incapacitating his bonded beasts with a single discharge. Jordan sprinted toward the shuttle's E-Doctor, Arnal console, while Drekthar focused on defending against the approaching predators. He inserted Dr. Mari's security badge into the access port and accessed the launch systems. 3 minutes to self-destruct. Jordan's fingers flew across the interface, overriding the launch protocols with a randomized security code. The shuttle's engines powered down, displays flashing red with lockout warnings. "The human has disabled the launch sequence," Sarek called out, abandoning his position at the pilot's controls to address the sabotage. The diversion worked. Sarek's movement created a critical opening in the consortium's defensive position, allowing 2 of the enhanced beasts to advance deeper into the bay. Primary structural supports throughout the facility began to fail, the distant sound of tearing metal echoing through the corridors. The connected asteroid segments started to shear apart, emergency force fields activating to contain atmosphere in deteriorating sections. 2 minutes to self-destruct. Jordan clutched the data core to his chest, calling Alpha and Beta to his position. He accessed the bay's emergency evacuation panel, fingers working quickly to remove its protective cover. Using components from his modified communication device, he spliced into the evacuation controls, bypassing safety protocols. "What are you doing?" Velix asked, watching him work. "Creating an exit strategy," Jordan replied, finalizing his override. He activated the emergency decompression sequence for specific sections of the shuttle bay. Warning klaxons blared as atmospheric barriers deployed, creating a powerful directional airflow that swept across the open area. Drekthar, caught in the sudden pressure differential, lost his footing, and was thrown against a storage container. Dr. Sarek grasped for a support pillar, but was separated from Professor Crow by an automatically deploying emergency barrier. The Generation 3 beasts, recovering from the signal disruption, found themselves trapped behind similar containment field standard safety measures designed to activate during decompression events. Their enhanced strength immediately tested the barriers, material cracking under their powerful blows. Jordan's communication device chimed with an incoming signal. He activated it to hear a calm, measured voice. "This is Lieutenant Solik of the Vulcan Patrol Shuttle Terval. We have docked at Emergency Port 6 in response to your signal. Structural integrity readings indicate we can maintain position for only 30 seconds before collapse compromises our vessel." Jordan looked at the pack of enhanced beasts, then to the narrow evacuation corridor leading to Emergency Port 6. The reality was immediate and harsh. He couldn't save them all. "Alpha, Beta, with me," he commanded through their bond. He pointed the remaining beasts toward a maintenance accessway visible on the opposite side of the bay. "Secondary evacuation route emergency pods in the adjoining segment," he explained to Velex, as he transmitted coordinates to the pack through his connection with Alpha. The Generation 3 beasts broke through the first containment field, reinforced claws shredding the barrier material. Their program directive remained fixed on Jordan and the stolen data. Professor Crow saw his opportunity. As Jordan prepared to move toward the evacuation corridor, Crow activated a personal shield device and launched himself toward Jordan's position. "That research is my life's work," he shouted, fingers outstretched to grab the data core. Alpha intercepted the Vulcan scientist with precise timing. The enhanced predator didn't go for Crow's throat as a wild beast would, instead striking with calculated force against the scientist's legs, disabling him without causing fatal injury. Crow collapsed, his shield flickering as he hit the floor. Beta positioned itself between Jordan and the approaching Generation 3 beast. Despite being significantly smaller than the cybernetically enhanced creature, Beta used superior agility to its advantage. The predator darted beneath a partially collapsed section of ceiling, drawing the larger beast into pursuit. With perfect timing, Beta struck a weakened support beam. The ceiling section collapsed, trapping the Generation 3 beast under debris and securing precious seconds for escape. 20 seconds to viable departure, Lieutenant Solik's voice announced through the communication device. Jordan found emergency restraints attached to nearby evacuation equipment and secured Professor Crow's wrists. He activated his communication device one final time, broadcasting specific movement patterns to the remaining enhanced beasts. The pack responded, moving toward the maintenance accessway as directed. 1 minute to self-destruct. The corridor to Emergency Port 6 opened before them, revealing Lieutenant Solik and 2 Vulcan security officers in environmental suits. The Vulcans moved efficiently to assist, taking custody of Professor Crow and the data core. "We must depart immediately," Solik stated, Doctor expression showing mild surprise at Alpha and Beta's controlled behavior as they followed Jordan into the corridor. "Doctor." Sarek, having regained access to the environmental controls, initiated emergency decompression throughout the entire bay in a final attempt to prevent their escape. Warning alerts flashed as atmosphere began venting rapidly from the bay. "Accelerated decompression detected," Solik reported. "Initiating emergency departure." Jordan and the Vulcan team completed boarding procedures as air pressure dropped dangerously. The patrol shuttle's airlock sealed behind them with a reassuring thunk. "Detaching from facility," the pilot announced. 9 seconds to structural failure. Alpha and Beta positioned themselves on either side of Jordan as the shuttle pulled away from Evolution's forge. Through the viewport, Jordan observed another vessel launching the executive shuttle carrying Sarek and Drekthar. "Lieutenant," Jordan said, pointing to the escaping consortium leaders. Secondary target departing on Vector 227 Mark IV. Solik nodded, immediately transmitting the coordinates to the Vulcan patrol cruiser waiting beyond the asteroid field. Interception course plotted. Evolution's forge began its final collapse, explosions rippling through the connected asteroid segments as the self-destruct sequence completed. The patrol shuttle navigated through the expanding debris field, maintaining communication with both the cruiser and the transport vessel carrying Flora and the students. Jordan knelt beside Alpha and Beta, examining their injuries. The Vulcan security officers watched with unconcealed fascination as he treated the enhanced beasts using the shuttle's medical supplies. Alpha permitted the attention with dignified patience, while Beta maintained vigilant observation of their surroundings. "I've never seen Nexus beasts behave this way," one officer commented. "They're responding like trained companions, not captive predators." "They're neither," Jordan replied, applying regenerative compound to Beta's wounds. "They're partners." The shuttle docked with the Vulcan cruiser minutes later. As the airlock cycled open, Jordan heard a familiar voice call his name. Flora rushed forward, stopping short when she noticed Alpha and Beta flanking Jordan protectively. "You made it," she said, relief evident in her voice. Her eyes widened as she observed the enhanced beast's behavior. "They're different." Before Jordan could Dr. Lane, Admiral Valen approached, his stern expression softening slightly as he observed the unusual tableau. "We've intercepted Dr. Sarek's escape shuttle," the Admiral informed them. "The consortium leaders are in custody." However, sensors detected multiple smaller vessels escaping the debris field, likely additional operatives. Jordan nodded, his thoughts already turning to the remaining enhanced beasts. "Any sign of escape pods from the facility's secondary evacuation routes?" "Affirmative," Valen confirmed. "We've detected several pods with unusual life sign readings." Recovery operations are being assessed, though the expanding debris field presents significant challenges. Professor Crow, now secured between two security officers, laughed bitterly. "You've accomplished nothing here. Evolution's forge was just one facility among many. The consortium operates in 3 other sectors, each advancing different aspects of our work." Jordan met the Vulcan scientist's gaze steadily. "Then we'll find those too." As the Vulcan cruiser prepared to depart, Jordan began documenting his techniques for working with the enhanced Nexus beasts. Alpha rested beside him, occasionally providing mental impressions that helped clarify specific bonding methods. Beta maintained a careful watch over the bustling activity of the Vulcan crew. Admiral Valen observed this interaction with undisguised curiosity. In 3 centuries of Vulcan research on predator species, no one has achieved this level of cooperation. Your methods contradict established xenobiological principles. "Perhaps those principles need revision," Jordan suggested, watching as Alpha permitted a young Vulcan student Terrell to cautiously approach under Jordan's guidance. "The remaining enhanced specimens," Jordan continued, "I can help recover them using Alpha and Beta's assistance. They'll respond to familiar scent markers and communication patterns." Valen considered this proposal, his eyes moving from Jordan to the docile yet alert predators. Conventional wisdom would classify these creatures as uncontrollable threats. Jordan smiled slightly. Conventional wisdom rarely accounts for unprecedented circumstances. The Admiral studied Alpha's careful interaction with the Vulcan student, then nodded once. "Prepare your recovery plan. We'll implement it once we're at safe distance from the debris field." As Jordan returned to his documentation, his thoughts turned to the implications of Crowell's statement. The Evolutionary Consortium's operations extended far beyond Evolution's forge, with unknown facilities continuing their unethical research. The data core secured in the cruiser's evidence vault contained crucial information, but represented only a fraction of the consortium's activities. He looked at Alpha and Beta, then to Flora and the Vulcan students they had rescued. This victory, hard won as it was, marked only the beginning of a larger confrontation with an organization whose influence spanned multiple worlds. The Vulcan cruiser navigated smoothly away from the expanding debris field that had once been Evolution's forge. Jordan watched through the observation viewport as recovery teams in specialized shuttles carefully approached the escape pods carrying the remaining enhanced Nexus beasts. Each retrieval required precise coordination through the bond he shared with Alpha and Beta. Pod 7 is showing signs of internal damage, reported a Vulcan officer from the operations console. Life signs unstable but present. Jordan closed his eyes, focusing on the mental link with Alpha. He transmitted calming signals, visualizing the scent patterns and communication rhythms that would reassure the trapped beasts. Alpha's consciousness responded, amplifying and refining the message before relaying it outward to its pack members. Recovery team reports decreased agitation in Pod 7, the officer confirmed. Commencing retrieval. Admiral Valen observed the operation with controlled curiosity. Fascinating. Your neural connection appears to function as a distributed communication network. That's exactly what it is, Jordan said, opening his eyes. The consortium designed them with enhanced pack mentality. They didn't expect anyone to use it constructively. 26 hours later, the Vulcan cruiser docked at Outpost Cygnus, a neutral space station positioned at the junction of 3 major trade routes. The station's cylindrical structure rotated slowly against the backdrop of a reddish nebula, its central hub dripping with communication arrays and defense systems. Station Administrator Laurel met them at the main airlock, her expression tight with concern. Admiral Valen, we've prepared the secure medical facilities as requested, but I must express reservations about housing these specimens on a civilian station. Your concerns are noted, Valen replied with typical Vulcan brevity. Security protocols will exceed standard containment parameters. Jordan stepped forward. Administrator, I understand your concerns. With your permission, I'd like to demonstrate why these beings aren't the threat you perceive them to be. The administrator's initial skepticism gradually transformed over the next 2 days as Jordan established operations in a repurposed cargo section of the station. The space had been quickly converted into a specialized containment area with reinforced walls and multiple security checkpoints. Inside, Jordan worked with Alpha and Beta to create a comfortable environment for the 17 additional enhanced beasts recovered from Evolution's forge. Lieutenant Solik approached as Jordan finished installing a modified neural scanner in the main observation area. The Vulcan officer carried a data tablet and moved with the measured precision characteristic of his species. Your techniques contradict every established protocol for predator containment, Solik observed, watching Alpha guide a newly recovered beast to a sleeping area. Yet the results are undeniable. Jordan adjusted the scanner's sensitivity. Standard containment protocols treat them as mindless threats. That creates a self-fulfilling prophecy. I've observed similar phenomena, Solik admitted, his voice lowering slightly. During my service with the T-Kareth Wildlife Management Division on Vulcan, I documented cooperative behaviors between rangers and Sa Tekru hunting cats. My superiors classified the research as methodologically unsound. Political concerns overriding scientific observation. Jordan asked. Solik nodded. The High Command considers apex predator cooperation philosophically problematic. It contradicts certain principles regarding the natural order. I'd like to see that research, Jordan said. I anticipated your interest. Solik handed him the data tablet. These files are not officially acknowledged in Vulcan scientific databases. Access required. Creative retrieval methods. Jordan scrolled through the tablet, eyes widening at decades of suppressed research findings. This changes everything. The medical bay doors slid open as Flora entered, accompanied by 6 Vulcan students including Terrell and Zorn. They carried portable analysis equipment and sample containers. "We've finished the preliminary genetic sequencing," Flora announced. "The modifications are far more extensive than we initially thought." She glanced at the data tablet in Jordan's hands. "What's that?" "A missing piece of the puzzle," Jordan replied, transferring the files to the main system. "Lieutenant Solik just provided us with Vulcan research on predator cooperation that spans back 3 centuries. Terrell approached one of the containment barriers, observing a 3rd-generation specimen, with remarkable composure for someone who had been terrified of the creatures just days earlier. The neural adaptation patterns match historical accounts of Vulcan Salat domestication. They've essentially accelerated evolutionary processes that would typically require thousands of years. Which makes our classification system even more important," Zorn added, activating a holographic display. "We've identified 3 distinct in-hand Ent generations, each with progressively sophisticated neural modifications." Admiral Valen entered the containment area, accompanied by Dr. Coleman. The security officer walked with a slight limp from injuries sustained during their escape, but appeared otherwise recovered. "I require an update on your progress," Valen stated, "and a more thorough explanation of your containment methodology." "I think a demonstration would be more effective," Jordan replied. He gestured toward a secure testing chamber at the far end of the facility. "If you'll follow me." Inside the chamber, Jordan activated a series of environmental controls. The room reconfigured to simulate a forest environment with variable terrain and multiple elevation levels. Through the observation window, Admiral Valen and station officials watched as Jordan released a 2nd-generation enhanced beast into the chamber. The creature moved with predatory grace, its sensory appendages flaring as it scanned the unfamiliar environment. Rather than attacking the barriers or showing signs of agitation, it systematically explored the space, demonstrating problem-solving abilities as it navigated obstacles. "Notice how it categorizes threats and opportunities," Jordan explained. "Standard containment protocols trigger aggressive responses because they create constant stress. This environment allows for natural behavior patterns." "Impressive, but hardly practical for security purposes," Administrator Laurel commented. Jordan tapped his communication device, establishing a connection with Alpha. The lead beast transmitted a specific command pattern that Jordan had developed during their T-doctoring sessions. The creature in the chamber immediately responded, moving to a designated position and assuming an alert but non-aggressive posture. Dr. Coleman nodded appreciatively. "That's not conditioning or instinct. That's complex command recognition." "Precisely," Jordan confirmed. "These aren't mindless predators. They're intelligent beings with enhanced communication abilities." The demonstration continued for nearly an hour, with Jordan illustrating increasingly sophisticated interaction patterns. By the conclusion, even Administrator Laurel's expression had shifted from skepticism to cautious interest. As they exited the demonstration chamber, Jordan's data tablet chimed with an incoming analysis alert. Flora had completed processing the information recovered from Evolution's Forge's data core. "Jordan, you need to see this immediately," Flora's voice conveyed controlled urgency. "We've found evidence of human experimentation." The main laboratory area had been transformed into an impromptu analysis center, with multiple displays showing genetic sequencing data and test subject records. Flora stood at the central console, her expression grave as she manipulated the holographic interface. "The consortium wasn't just enhancing predators," she explained, bringing up a series of medical files. "They were incorporating predator traits into sentient species." Jordan examined the files, his stomach tightening as he processed their implications. Commander Drekthar was one of their test subjects. A volunteer, Flora confirmed. But these others? She displayed a database of nearly 300 individuals, mostly refugees from conflict zones throughout the sector. They thought they were receiving standard medical treatment. Admiral Valen studied the files with rigid Vulcan discipline, though the tightening of his jaw betrayed his reaction. This constitutes a violation of multiple interstellar agreements regarding biological research and sentient rights. It provides sufficient grounds for a multi-species investigation. Dr. Coleman approached the display, highlighting a specific section of data. These are military applications. Enhanced sensory capabilities, improved reflexes, optimized adrenal response. The consortium was developing soldiers, not just furthering scientific knowledge. Jordan's attention shifted to Alpha and Beta, who had positioned themselves near the laboratory entrance, their posture indicating alertness. Both creatures turned simultaneously toward the external corridor, sensory appendages flaring. "Something's wrong," Jordan said, recognizing their threat response pattern. Admiral Valen's communication device activated. Admiral, long-range sensors have detected an approaching vessel matching consortium signatures. They're not responding to hailing frequencies and are maintaining course directly toward the station. Estimated time of arrival, Valen asked. 43 minutes until weapons range. Jordan looked at the enhanced beasts, then back to the genetic data displayed on the screens. An unsettling connection formed in his mind, one that explained the creature's sudden alertness and posed a far greater threat than a single approaching vessel. "Admiral," Jordan said, "I think we have a more immediate problem than their arrival. The consortium wouldn't launch a direct assault unless they had an advantage." He pointed to a specific section of programming code embedded in the genetic modifications. "This looks like a backdoor control protocol. They may have a way to override my connection with the enhanced beasts." The implications landed heavily in the room. 17 enhanced predators suddenly turned against them from within the station itself. "We need to interrogate Professor Kral again," Jordan said. "Now." "We need to interrogate Professor Kral again," Jordan said. Before Admiral Valen could respond, the station's alert system activated with a series of short, piercing tones. Lieutenant Solik's fingers moved across his data tablet with practiced efficiency. "Admiral," Solik reported, "long-range sensors have detected the consortium vessel changing approach vectors. They're employing sophisticated countermeasures to evade our outer defensive grid." "Signature analysis?" Valen asked, his voice doctor, maintaining its Vulcan steadiness despite the evident escalation. "Multiple specialized equipment signatures detected," Solik confirmed. The energy configurations matched Dr. Sarek's description of neural control technology. Jordan exchanged glances with Flora. "They're coming for the beasts." Admiral Valen tapped his communicator. "Valen to all section chiefs. Implement emergency protocol 7 Alpha. All non-essential personnel evacuate to secure sections immediately." He turned to Administrator Laurel. "Your security forces should establish defensive positions at these junction points." He transferred a tactical display from his tablet to the main screen. In the makeshift laboratory, Jordan worked with focused intensity. He had dismantled the neural scanner and DRAS, reconfiguring its internal components, connecting it to a modified interface unit. "This should synchronize my brainwave patterns with theirs, Doctor," Jordan explained as Flora and Dr. Coleman observed his work. "If I'm right, my neural patterns will resonate with the human neural structures already integrated into their genetic code." Dr. Coleman frowned as he reviewed Jordan's modifications. The feedback levels could cause permanent neurological damage. "You're essentially creating an unshielded two-way connection to predator cognition. We don't have time for a safer alternative," Jordan replied, making final adjustments to the equipment. "The consortium designed these beasts with human neural elements. That gives us an advantage they didn't anticipate. Alpha approached, observing Jordan's work with attentive focus. The beast's sensory appendages flared and contracted in a pattern Jordan had come to recognize as analytical curiosity. "You understand what's happening, don't you?" Jordan asked softly. Alpha's low growl carried complex harmonic undertones that seemed to convey affirmation. "Initialize the scanning sequence," Jordan directed Flora as he positioned himself on the medical couch. The modified scanner descended from the ceiling, its array of sensors aligning with Jordan's neural structure. "Synchronization at 12%, Flora reported, watching neural activity patterns display across her monitor. 15%, 20. Lieutenant Solik entered the laboratory, his typically composed expression showing subtle tension around the eyes. "The consortium vessel has launched 3 boarding shuttles. Their approach pattern suggests an attempt to overwhelm our point defenses through dispersed vectors." "Numbers?" Admiral Valen asked. "Thermal signatures indicate approximately 15 armed personnel per shuttle. Tactical analysis suggests a coordinated extraction operation." Solik hesitated, then added, "Admiral, I've identified the operation commander. It's Commander Selvig." The name caused Admiral Valen's posture to stiffen almost imperceptibly. "Impossible. Commander Selvig was killed 3 years ago during the Benari incident." "FADRL recognition is conclusive," Solik replied. "His presence suggests high-level Vulcan military involvement in the consortium, which explains their access to classified enhancement technologies," Dr. Coleman added. The neural scanner hummed as synchronization levels continued to increase. Jordan's consciousness expanded, stretching toward Alpha's alien thought patterns. The beast's cognitive structure unfolded before him, not simple predatory instinct but layered complexity, problem-solving capabilities, and emotional processing, beyond anything Jordan had anticipated. "Neural synchronization at 60%, Flora announced. Alpha's brainwave patterns are stabilizing alongside Jordan's." Jordan felt Alpha's consciousness merge partially with his own. The laboratory transformed around him as Alpha's sensory perceptions overlaid his human ones. Thermal signatures became visible through walls. Chemical traces left by personnel created lingering patterns in the air. Electromagnetic fields from equipment pulsed with visual presence. "It worked," Jordan whispered, his voice strained. "I can see through Alpha's senses." "Synchronization complete," Flora confirmed. "Moving to Beta." The second synchronization process proceeded more efficiently as Jordan's brain adapted to the neural interface. Beta's consciousness joined the connection, adding new dimensions to the shared perceptual space. "Shuttle 1 has breached outer defenses," Solik reported. "They've accessed emergency airlock 7, 3 levels below our position." Admiral Valen activated the tactical display. "Station security has engaged, but..." He frowned as the display updated. "They're using specialized stun weaponry optimized for multiple neurological patterns." Through his connection with Alpha and Beta, Jordan sensed distant electrical discharges, the distinctive SIG Doctor, "You're of advanced weapons fire." "First defensive line has fallen," he said, processing information from the beast's enhanced hearing. "The consortium forces are advancing through Maintenance Corridor 12. Dr. Coleman looked at him with surprise. "How could you possibly know that?" "I can hear them through Alpha," Jordan explained. "The beast's sensory capabilities extend well beyond our security sensors." Admiral Valen's communicator chimed. "Admiral, Doctor, TTLE-2 has breached at Maintenance Access Point 4 Delta. They're moving directly toward the detention level." "They're going after Kral and Sarek," Jordan said, pushing himself up from the medical couch despite Dr. Coleman's protests. "We need to complete synchronization with the remaining specimens before..." His words cut off as Alpha and Beta simultaneously turned toward the external viewport. Through their shared connection, Jordan perceived what station sensors couldn't detect: minute energy pulses radiating from the third consortium shuttle, which maintained position outside the station. "They're testing frequencies," Jordan said, "probing for neural resonance patterns." As if confirming his assessment, several unsynchronized beasts in adjacent containment areas began showing signs of agitation, pacing and vocalizing in increasingly distressed patterns. "The control technology works," Flora said quietly. "We need to protect as many as possible," Jordan insisted, moving toward the next containment area. "Start with the most advanced specimens." Jordan worked methodically, establishing synchronized connections. Doctor. 7 more enhanced beasts. Each connection strained his neural capacity further, but also refined the process as he discovered more efficient pathways for integration. "Your neurological activity shows pre-seizure patterns," Dr. Coleman warned, monitoring Jordan's vital signs. "You need to stop." "Not yet," Jordan replied, his voice thinning with effort. "Each unprotected beast is a potential weapon they can use against us." A security alert flashed across the tactical display. The detention level had been compromised. Security footage showed consortium forces deploying an unknown technology that temporarily disabled internal sensors, creating a 3-minute blind spot during the extraction operation. "They've taken both scientists," Valen confirmed. Station security was unable to prevent extraction. Through his enhanced perception, Jordan detected approaching threats before conventional sensors activated. "First strike team is nearing our position," he warned. "They're using specialized sensor equipment to track genetic signatures." Jordan closed his eyes, focusing on the neural network he'd established with the synchronized beasts. He directed them to strategic positions throughout the containment facility, utilizing natural defensive advantages. Alpha and Beta assumed leadership roles, directing other protected specimens through vocalizations and pheromonal signals that Jordan now understood through their shared connection. The containment facility's outer barrier groaned as specialized cutting tools began penetrating the Vulcan security alloys. Jordan sensed the approaching team deploying a directional neural emitter, its signal calibrated specifically for the enhanced beast's neural patterns. Unsynchronized specimens in adjacent habitats immediately responded, throwing themselves against their enclosures with increasing violence. Those protected by Jordan's neural synchronization remained calm, moving to defensive positions according to the strategy Jordan had established through their connection. "I've identified a vulnerability," Flora announced, analyzing data from Jordan's synchronization process. "Their control technology requires continuous signal maintenance, with each pulse calibrated to specific neural patterns." Her fingers flew across the interface. "If I broadcast the baseline neural oscillation pattern of unenhanced Nexus beasts through our environmental systems, it would create interference," Jordan finished her thought. "Do it." The first strike team breached the outer barrier. Jordan immediately sensed their tactical formation through Alpha's enhanced perception. 9 consortium operatives, armed with specialized weapons and protected by lightweight composite armor. Their leader carried the neural control emitter, adjusting its settings as Flora's interference pattern took effect. "Resistance encountered," the leader stated into a communicator. "Primary specimens appear unresponsive to standard control frequencies." "Implement contingency protocol," a voice responded. Commander Selvik, Jordan realized. The strike team leader reached for a cylindrical device on his belt. "Deploying paralytic gas. All units, respiratory protection active." Jordan had seconds to react. Through the neural connection, he accessed the co-doctor, Setive knowledge of the synchronized beasts, drawing on their instinctive understanding of their native environment. "The reddish plants in Habitat 3, he called to Flora. "They contain compounds that neutralize the paralytic agent." "Doctor." Coleman and Flora donned emergency breathing apparatus as the gas began filtering through the ventilation system. Jordan remained vulnerable, the neural synchronization equipment preventing protective gear. Through the neural network, Jordan directed the beasts to access the plants, crushing the vegetation to release the neutralizing compounds. The synchronized beasts distributed the plant matter throughout the containment areas, providing temporary resistance against the gas effects. The tactical display flickered as a new alert appeared. Admiral Valen studied it with narrowed eyes. A communication request from the consortium vessel. "Put it through," Jordan said, sensing an opportunity. The main screen activated, revealing Commander Selvig's face. The Vulcan's appearance had changed dramatically from his official records. Visible modifications to his cranial structure and distinctive scarification patterns covered what had once been traditional Vulcan features. "Jordan Scott," Selvig said, his voice carrying unnatural harmonic undertones. "Your accomplishment is unprecedented." Simultaneous neural synchronization with multiple enhanced specimens was deemed theoretically impossible by our research division. "What do you want, Selvig?" Admiral Valen demanded. "A proposition," Selvig replied, his enhanced eyes focus Mr. G on Jordan. "Full withdrawal of consortium forces in exchange for Mr. Scott joining our research division as Director of Interspecies Neural Integration. We offer guaranteed safety for Mr. LL station personnel and preserved autonomy for the enhanced specimens under Mr. Scott's supervision." Jordan maintained his expression, aware that Selvig's offer concealed ulterior motives. Through his connection with Beta, he detected anomalous activity in the station's sensor network's subtle access patterns, indicating systematic disabling of internal security measures. "Flora," Jordan said quietly, "someone's accessing our security systems using valid command credentials." Flora immediately began checking system logs. "You're right. The extracted scientists must be providing access paths through our defense systems." She initiated emergency overrides, but the progressive security failures indicated the consortium now had detailed knowledge of the station's vulnerabilities. "Your offer is interesting," Jordan told Selvig, buying time while strengthening his neural synchronization with the enhanced beasts. Through their shared connection, he developed a coordinated response strategy utilizing each beast's specific abilities. Alpha would lead direct defensive action against the first strike team, while Beta tracked the movement of the second team now advancing with the extracted scientists. "I sense hesitation," Selvig observed. Perhaps a demonstration of our resources would. A station-wide alert interrupted him. The internal sensors had detected a Vulcan military vessel entering the system at high speed. Selvig's enhanced features contracted with annoyance. "It seems our negotiation must conclude prematurely." He tapped a control pad. "All teams, execute primary objective immediately. Secure Jordan Scott and as many viable specimens as possible before Vulcan reinforcements arrive." The communication ended abruptly. Through his neural connection, Jordan sensed the consortium forces changing tactics, abandoning careful extraction for rushed acquisition at all costs. "They're coming," Jordan warned, directing the synchronized beasts to their final positions. "And they're no longer concerned about collateral damage." "They're no longer concerned about collateral damage," Jordan finished, a thin trail of blood trickling from his nostril. The first explosion rocked the containment facility as the consortium forces initiated their final assault. Emergency lighting activated, bathing everything in pulsing crimson. The tactical display flickered and died as systems throughout the station reset to default configurations. "They've deployed a targeted imp," Flora reported, fingers dancing across her backup terminal. "Primary security protocols are down, but life support remains operational." Through Alpha's enhanced vision, Jordan perceived the approaching threat before anyone else. 6 operatives breaching main entrance, shaped charges. The detonation reverberated through the chamber. Smoke billowed inward as consortium operatives poured through the breach, each carrying what Jordan recognized as portable neural emitters. "They're deploying control technology," he warned, feeling the attack through his connection with the beasts. The unsynchronized doctor, specimens throughout the facility dropped instantly, assuming submission postures as overlapping control fields saturated the area. Even the synchronized beasts visibly strained against the effect, their movements becoming jerky and uncoordinated. Dr. Coleman's medical monitor emitted a shrill alarm. "Jordan, your neural patterns are destabilizing. Continued synchronization at this intensity will cause permanent damage." Jordan ignored him, focusing on maintaining the protective link. "Alpha, target the emitters, not the personnel." Through their shared connection, Jordan felt Alpha process and implement the strategy. The massive beast led 3 others in a coordinated flanking maneuver, utilizing habitat features as cover. They moved with military precision rather than predatory instinct, catching the strike team completely unprepared. The first emitter shattered under Alpha's powerful jaws. A second device crumpled beneath another beast's weight. The consortium Team Dr. rambled to establish defensive positions, their expressions revealing shock at the unexpected tactical sophistication of their targets. "They're not behaving like predators," one operative shouted. "They're targeting equipment." A second alarm sounded from Dr. Coleman's monitor. Jordan's muscles began to tremble as blood dripped steadily from both nostrils. The neural load intensified as sensory information poured in from multiple synchronized beasts simultaneously. "Your synaptic activity is approaching critical levels," Coleman warned, preparing an emergency sedative. "You need to reduce connection intensity immediately." "Wait," Jordan gasped, processing fragmented perceptions from throughout the facility. "Second team approaching from below. Kral and Sarek are with them." Flora's attention shifted to a separate terminal. Third strike team remains in their shuttle outside. They're coordinating the assault. Her expression brightened as she accessed maintenance systems. "The exterior service robot on Section 12 is perfectly positioned." Her fingers flew across the interface. "Reprogramming maintenance sequence." Through Beta's enhanced hearing, Jordan detected the impact as the maintenance robot collided with the consortium Dr. Uttle, forcing it to adjust position and disrupting their command coordination. "The second team has reached the lower entrance," Jordan reported, wincing as his neural connection strained further. His hands trembled violently as muscle spasms traveled up his arms. "Doctor." "Sarek is attempting to access the synchronization system," he continued, processing Beta's sensory input. "Kral is heading for the unprotected specimens." Jordan redirected Beta and 2 other synchronized beasts toward this new threat. Through the doctor shared perception, he guided them through maintenance ducts and ventilation shafts, positioning them for optimal interception. The beasts emerged in perfect coordination, targeting the team's specialized equipment rather than personnel. One beast knocked a neural emitter from Dr. Sarek's hands, while another positioned itself between Professor Kral and the habitat containing unprotected specimens. "Their behavior is impossible," Dr. Sarek exclaimed, backing away from the advancing predator. "They're demonstrating strategic prioritization." Jordan gasped as pain lanced through his skull. The monitor above him displayed alarming patterns of neural activity, red warnings flashing across multiple indicators. "I need to restructure the connection," he managed, blood now seeping from his ear. "Too much direct neural load." He concentrated, reformulating the synchronization network. Rather than maintaining equal connections with all beasts, he established Alpha and Beta as primary nodes. The restructured hierarchy immediately reduced the strain. A doctor winged the lead beasts to coordinate their subordinates while decreasing direct neural demand on Jordan's overtaxed brain. "Environmental controls are being manipulated," Flora warned as temperature began dropping precipitously in their section. Atmospheric pressure is fluctuating. Jordan sensed Dr. Sarek's signature methodology through the beast's perceptions. He's creating conditions hostile to humans but optimal for Korgans. Direct the secondary beasts to Environmental Control Junction 7. Through Alpha's leadership, synchronized beasts targeted specific environmental nodes throughout the facility, systematically neutralizing Sarek's sabotage attempts. Their actions demonstrated comprehensive understanding of the station's infrastructure, applying knowledge gained from both Jordan's expertise and their own perceptual capabilities. Admiral Valen's communicator crackled to life. Admiral VSS Defender reporting, Dr. V encountered a gravitational anomaly that will delay arrival by approximately 8 minutes. We don't have 8 minutes, Valen muttered. He activated station-wide communications. All security personnel, emergency weapons protocols authorized. Lethal force permitted to prevent specimen extraction. Dr. Coleman completed final preparations for evacuation, securing essential research data in portable units. I've identified a maintenance vehicle bay 3 levels down. If we need to evacuate, we can access it through service tunnels unaffected by security lockdowns. The first strike team regrouped after Alpha's initial assault, deploying specialized containment equipment. Localized stasis fields activated, immobilizing 2 synchronized beasts despite Alpha's coordinated defense efforts. They've captured 2 of our defenders, Jordan reported, his voice weakening. And the third strike team is entering through tertiary access point 14. Flora looked up from her analysis terminal, expression animated despite the chaos. Jordan, the neural synchronization is creating unexpected developments in the beasts. They're showing accelerated neural pattern formation. Their cognitive structures are evolving in response to the connection. It's not just enhancement, she continued. They're developing genuine sapience. Before Jordan could respond, Professor Krall appeared at the secondary maintenance access point, carrying a specialized device Jordan immediately recognized as a neural disruptor. One activation and your connection to these specimens ends, Krall announced, advancing toward the synchronization equipment. Commander Selvig sends his regards. Jordan tensed, preparing for the severing of his neural link, but the expected disruption never came. The smaller juvenile specimens that had remained passive throughout the conflict suddenly moved in perfect coordination, positioning themselves between Krall and the synchronization equipment. Impossible, Krall whispered. These specimens aren't synchronized with you. They've formed a secondary connection through Alpha and Beta, Jordan realized, observing their mimicry of the larger beast's tactics. They're demonstrating social learning. The juvenile specimens maintained their protective formation around the synchronization equipment as Admiral Valen received another communication. Selvig is changing strategies, he announced. New priority directive to all strike teams capture Jordan Scott alive. Specimen extraction is now secondary objective. The third strike team breed Dr. Ed the upper maintenance level, creating a 3-dimensional battlefield with consortium forces converging from multiple directions. Jordan directed Alpha to implement a rotating defense pattern, allowing the synchronized beasts to respond to threats from all vectors without leaving any approach completely exposed. Dr. Coleman studied the neural activity monitor with growing concern. Jordan, the synchronization is creating permanent alterations to your neurological structure. The recursive feedback is integrating predator neural architecture into your brain patterns. The distant sound of weapons fire announced the arrival of the VSS Defender within range of the station. Admiral Valen's tactical display briefly flickered back to life, showing Vulcan interceptors moving to neutralize the consortium vessel's escape capabilities. Selvig's accelerating the timeline, Jordan said, processing information from multiple beasts simultaneously. All strike teams converging on our position. The consortium forces closed in from TDRE directions, employing specialized incapacitation weapons designed to capture without killing. Jordan made his decision. Instead of breaking the neural synchronization to protect himself, he deepened the connection with Alpha and Beta, establishing what he recognized might be irreversible neural integration. Jordan, stop. Dr. Coleman grabbed his arm. This level of integration could permanently alter your neural architecture. They need autonomy, Jordan replied, blood now running freely from both ears. If I'm captured, they need to maintain coordination without me. Through the enhanced connection, Jordan transferred cognitive resources to Alpha and Beta, providing them with greater independent functioning capacity. The beast's eyes met his, a new depth of understanding passing between them as the consortium forces prepared their final assault. They're coming through all 3 access points simultaneously, Flora warned as weapons fire intensified around their position. The synchronized beasts took defensive positions under Alpha and Beta's leadership, prepared to face the converging consortium strike teams. Jordan felt the neural restructuring solidify as his connection with the beasts reached unprecedented depth, an integration that might never be reversed. Fully broken, a cascade of sensations flooded his consciousness as the neural integration solidified into something beyond mere control or communication. Jordan gasped, his back arching as his vision shifted. The world around him transformed, colors separating into unfamiliar spectrums. Heat signet Dr. S blossomed against cooler backgrounds. Movement patterns registered with heightened clarity. The advancing consortium operatives appeared as thermal imprints overlaid with threat assessments that weren't thoughts but instinctual evaluations. His eyes, one operative whispered, taking an involuntary step backward. Look at his eyes. Dr. Coleman glanced up from his monitor. Jordan's normally blue eyes now glowed with the distinctive amber radiance characteristic of Nexus Beast vision. Neural architecture integration has exceeded theoretical limits, Coleman reported, frantically adjusting controls. The recursive feedback is restructuring his visual cortex. The lead consortium operative raised his weapon. Take him now, before the integration completes. Admiral Valen worked furiously at the command terminal, fingers racing across security protocols as alarms flashed across his display. Emergency Override Sequence Valen Alpha 7 Epsilon, Authorization Valen 99 Kappa 3, he stated, voice steady despite the chaos around him. Immediate implementation of station-wide security restoration. The facility lights flickered, dimmed, then surged back to full power as primary systems reactivated. Security barriers deployed at key junction points throughout the station, temporarily isolating the advancing consortium forces. Status of the VSS Defender, Valen demanded. Engaging the consortium vessel now, Admiral, a tactical officer reported. They've disabled the primary propulsion systems. Valen activated his secure communicator. Commander Vorik deployed to containment section immediately. Priority Alpha. Acknowledged, Admiral, came the crisp response. 6-person tactical team en route. ETA 4 minutes. Professor Kral adjusted the settings on his neural disruptor, preparing to sever Jordan's connection to the enhanced beasts. As his finger moved toward the activation control, 3 juvenile Nexus beasts leapt in precise coordination. The first knocked the device from his hands, while the others positioned themselves to block his access to the synchronization equipment. The professor froze, staring at the beasts. Rather than attacking him directly, they maintained defensive positions, heads lowered in warning but showing no signs of predatory aggression. Impossible, he whispered, scientific curiosity overriding his mission objectives. This isn't pack behavior. This is strategic intervention. The tactical situation deteriorated as consortium strike teams established containment positions at all access points. Specialized equipment hummed to life as neural dampening fields activated, creating ripples of discomfort through the synchronized beasts. Jordan's perception expanded through his connection with Alpha and Beta. He sensed the approaching operatives, detecting patterns in their movements. "They're following standard consortium capture protocols," he said, voice strained. 3-point triangulatio doctor, ith progressive perimeter contraction. Alpha responded immediately, vocalizing commands to the other beasts. The defenders redistributed themselves, abandoning the conventional defensive formation in favor of an asymmetric arrangement that positioned smaller specimens at unexpected angles to the approaching forces. "How are they coordinating?" Dr. Sarek demanded as the beast's movements disrupted the standard capture approach. "The neural dampening field should be preventing complex communications." A consortium operative raised his stasis projector, catching a medium-sized beast in its field. The creature froze mid-doctor ride, suspended in temporal stasis. 2 more beasts fell to similar devices within seconds, reducing Jordan's defensive force. Alpha immediately adjusted tactics. Instead of directly engaging the operatives, the remaining beasts targeted the equipment itself, striking from oblique angles to disable the stasis projectors without confronting the personnel. Dr. Coleman assembled components from the emergency medical kit, constructing an improvised device with focused intensity. "Jordan, I need to stabilize your neural patterns," he explained, connecting wires to the synchronization interface. "This modified Dr. RAL stabilizer should prevent permanent integration while maintaining your connection." "The environmental systems," Flora reported suddenly. "I'm detecting atmospheric manipulation beyond the local section." Jordan directed Beta's attention to the ventilation system. Through the beast's enhanced senses, he detected unusual activity in the environmental controls. "Dr. Sarek is introducing something into the atmosphere," he warned. "A compound with molecular structure similar to known neurotoxins." Flora accessed the environmental controls, her fingers dancing across the interface. "I can create interference patterns through the circulation system, disrupting the consortium's neural control signals." She activated a sequence that sent specific resonance patterns through the atmospheric processors. The unprotected specimens, which had been immobilized by consortium control technology, began showing signs of regained autonomy, their movements uncoordinated but no longer subservient. Through Alpha's enhanced hearing, Jordan detected the consortium strike team leader receiving new instructions. "Authorization for Ascension Protocol granted," the operative confirmed. "Implementing now." Jordan watched in alarm as the strike team leaders removed specialized injectors from secured compartments. Each operative pressed the device against their neck, wincing as the compounds entered their bloodstream. The change was immediate and disturbing. Their movements shifted, becoming fluid and predatory. Their posture lowered, weight centered for optimal striking position. Their eyes, now reflecting light like those of nocturnal hunters, scanned the environment with new awareness. "They've enhanced themselves," Jordan realized. A crude version of synchronization designed for direct neural integration. The enhanced operatives moved with alarming speed, anticipating and countering the synchronized beast's tactics. 3 more specimens fell to capture equipment as the consortium forces penetrated deeper into the defensive perimeter. Admiral Valen received an urgent communication from the VSS Defender. "Admiral, we've neutralized the consortium vessel's propulsion systems, but Commander Selvig has activated a Deadman protocol. If his life signs terminate or we breach their systems, the reactor goes critical." "Understood," Valen replied. "Maintain position but do not attempt boarding. Prepare emergency evacuation protocols for station personnel." The lights throughout the facility suddenly flickered and died as another EMP pulse rippled through the section. Emergency lighting activated, bathing everything in dim red illumination. Jordan, sharing the beast's visual capabilities, maintained full awareness while the others struggled to adjust to the darkness. The enhanced consortium operatives, similarly advantaged by their modifications, advanced with predatory confidence. Through his connection with Alpha, Jordan detected unusual behavior in the doctor, environmental sys doctor, output sensors. The air circulation patterns showed traces of the neurotoxin compound expanding through the ventilation network. At current dispersion rates, it would reach their position within minutes. "We need to move," Jordan announced, disconnecting from the primary synchronization equipment while maintaining his link through the portable interface Dr. Coleman had assembled. "Doctor, Sarek has introduced a neurotoxin. This position will be compromised in 3 minutes. Commander Vorik's team has established a potential extraction corridor," Admiral Valen reported, checking his tactical display. 3 sections east through contested areas. Jordan monitored the enhanced operatives through the beast's perceptions. Their movements showed decreasing coordination, individual hunting patterns replacing team tactics. The predator neural patterns were overwhelming their trained responses. "The Ascension Protocol is unstable," he observed. "Their enhanced operatives are losing tactical cohesion." A sudden tremor ran through the facility as structural integrity warnings flashed across the remaining active displays. The environmental system readings showed dangerous fluctuations in atmospheric pressure throughout the containment section. "Station structural integrity compromised in this sector," Flora reported. "Multiple system failures cascading." Jordan made his decision. "We need to withdraw to Commander Vorik's position. Alpha, coordinate defensive coverage during equipment transfer." As they began disconnecting essential equipment, Alpha suddenly tensed. The massive beast's attention locked on the southern access corridor, sensory organs fully extended. Through their shared perception, Jordan detected a new presence, something larger, more heavily enhanced than any specimen they'd encountered. "They've brought a Generation 3 beast," Jordan realized with growing alarm. "Specially D-Doctor, Ned for combat against other enhanced predators." The massive creature moved methodically toward their position, its enhanced musculature and specialized neural architecture visible even at distance. Through their connection, Jordan sensed something else. The creature wasn't operating autonomously, but under direct control from Commander Selvig himself. "We need to move now," Jordan directed as Doctor. Coleman finished securing the portable synchronization equipment. "Alpha, Beta establish coverage patterns for withdrawal, priority on equipment protection." The synchronized beasts moved into escort formation as Jordan's team began their tactical retreat toward the extraction corridor. The Generation 3 beast accelerated its approach, sensing their movement through specialized sensory organs designed for tracking enhanced predators. Behind them, the spreading neurotoxin triggered environmental alarms as it expanded through the ventilation system. Ahead, Commander Vorik's tactical team engaged consortium forces, establishing a tenuous corridor through contested sections. Jordan maintained his connection with Alpha and Beta, the neural stabilizer allowing continued synchronization despite the mounting physical strain. Through their shared perception, he monitored both the approaching Generation 3 beast and the increasingly unstable enhanced operatives, converging on their position from multiple directions. The floor vibrated beneath Jordan's feet as an impact shook the entire section. Through the neural link with Alpha, he sensed a massive presence tearing through the reinforced barrier 3 junctions away. The Generation 3 beast broke through with devastating efficiency, its massive form nearly twice Alpha's size. "Move, now." Jordan ordered as the creature's armored form became visible through the shattered remnants of what had been a military-grade security door. Even at this distance, Jordan could see the unnatural design elements incorporated into its physiology, the overlapping dermal plates, hypertrophied musculature, and modified sensory organs that combined elements from multiple apex predator species. The creature moved with precision that Dr. Trade Commander Selvig's direct neural control. That's not just a Nexus beast, Jordan explained as they retreated. It's a chimeric super predator specifically engineered for combat against our enhanced specimens. A warning indicator flashed on Flora's atmospheric monitor. The neurotoxin is spreading faster than projected. We have approximately 7 minutes before it reaches lethal concentration. Dr. Coleman accessed an emergency terminal, finger doctoracing across the interface. I can seal several ventilation junctions using containment protocols. It won't stop the toxin completely, but it should buy us time. He executed the command sequence, and distant hydraulic sounds confirmed the sealing of multiple ventilation pathways. Jordan winced as a sharp pain lanced through his temples. The synchronization equipment, now modified for portable operation thanks to Dr. Coleman's improvised adaptations, placed tremendous strain on his nervous system. Through his neural link, Jordan directed Alpha and Beta into coordinated defensive positions. Rather than confronting the superior threat directly, the enhanced beasts executed sophisticated environmental manipulation tactics. Alpha directed 2 medium-sized specimens to damage structural supports, creating a zone of collapsed ceiling panels that blocked the Generation 3 beasts' most direct approach. Beta simultaneously coordinated 4 other beasts to collapse a secondary passageway, funneling the enhanced consortium operatives into a narrow corridor where 2 larger specimens waited in ambush. The tactical sophistication displayed evidence of complex spatial reasoning, another evolutionary leap in their cognitive development. They're creating battlefield advantages, Admiral Valen observed, watching the tactical display. This isn't instinctual behavior. Through the neural link, Jordan detected something unexpected happening with the juvenile beasts guarding Professor Crow. Without direct input from his synchronization, they had made an independent decision, releasing the Vulcan from physical restraint while maintaining protective positions around him. Even more surprisingly, the juveniles continued making primitive gestural movements toward the professor. Crow, his scientific curiosity evidently overriding his mission objectives, responded with simplified Vulcan hand signals typically used in wildlife research. They're communicating with him, Jordan said, astonished. The juveniles have initiated contact without synchronization support. A series of violent impacts echoed from the direction of Commander Vorik's position. Through Alpha's enhanced senses, Jordan detected the Generation 3 beast systematically neutralizing Vorik's security team. The creature executed precisely targeted strikes designed to incapacitate rather than kill, displaying combat discipline beyond natural predator behavior. It knows Vulcan tactical protocols, Jordan realized as he watched the beast counter standard security formations with anticipatory movements. Selvig PR Doctor armed it with detailed knowledge of Vulcan military tactics. They reached a critical junction where 3 corridors converged. DRE led toward Commander Vorik's extraction team, another toward secondary containment zones housing remaining specimens, and the third provided direct access to emergency station shuttles. Jordan hesitated, weighing their options. Flora's atmospheric monitor showed the neurotoxins advance, while Dr. Coleman's medical scanner displayed alarming readings of Jordan's neural patterns. Your brain is undergoing neuroplastic adaptations, Dr. Coleman reported, concern evident in his voice, particularly in sensory processing regions and limbic system components associated with social bonding. These changes appear permanent even if we terminate synchronization now. Admiral Valen's communicator activated. Admiral, T-Prax from the VSS Defender. Specialized boarding teams are prepared for immediate deployment. We have xenobiologists with expertise in predator species and equipment for safely transporting the specimens. Acknowledged, Valen responded. Be advised, T-Prax continued. Standard containment protocols require neural suppression of all enhanced specimens. The procedure would effectively erase their current cognitive developments. Jordan processed this information as the Generation 3 beast suddenly changed course. Through the synchronization, he sensed the creature had detected his neural signature despite attempts to mask the transmission. It bypassed other targets, focusing exclusively on reaching their position. It's coming directly for us, Jordan warned. Selvig wants the synchronization technology more than anything else. Alpha's decision came without warning. The enhanced beast broke formation, charging toward the approaching Generation 3 beast at a critical junction. Beta simultaneously coordinated the remaining synchronized beasts to target enhanced consortium operatives, preventing them from supporting their engineered super predator. Through the neural link, Jordan understood Alpha's strategy. It wasn't attempting to defeat the larger predator, but instead focused on damaging specific neural control interfaces visible as surgical implants along the Generation 3 beast's cranial ridge. A station-wide alert sounded as emergency containment protocols activated. Admiral Valen checked a status display with growing concern. The neurotoxin is escaping the containment facility's atmospheric system, he explained. We're sealing affected sections and rerouting essential personnel. Jordan, the structural integrity systems show progressive degradation. We have less than 20 minutes before critical systems fail in this section, regardless of tactical outcomes. An unexpected data transfer notification appeared on Jordan's secured device. Professor Kral had accessed a terminal and was transmitting files to Jordan's research archive, complete unredacted documentation on the consortium's enhancement programs, including locations of additional facilities and identification of key leadership. The facility's environmental systems reached critical failure points. Atmospheric pressure dropped in peripheral sections while temperature regulation failed throughout the containment area. Emergency bulkheads began activating automatically. We have 5 minutes before those bulkheads seal, Flora warned. After that, we'll be separated. Through the neural link, Jordan witnessed Alpha's Atadiaron, the Generation 3 beast. The enhanced predator targeted the neural control interfaces with surgical precision, causing momentary disruptions in the larger beast's programmed responses. The Generation 3 beast countered with devastating force, inflicting multiple lacerations and fracturing Alpha's right forelimb. Despite severe injuries, Alpha maintained tactical position, demonstrating remarkable pain tolerance and combat commitment. Dr. Coleman studied readings from his scanner. The Generation 3 beast's enhanced musculature and neural response systems require substantially increased oxygen intake compared to standard specimens. It's a vulnerability we can exploit. Jordan immediately recognized the scientific validity of this approach. We can create localized areas of reduced oxygen concentration. I can access secondary environmental controls, Flora said, already working at a terminal, creating oxygen depletion zones along its likely approach vectors. As she programmed the sequence, Jordan's medical monitor displayed warning indicators. Maintaining the current synchronization intensity risked causing permanent neurological alterations beyond those already established. The alterations might limit his ability to function normally in human society afterward. Through the neural link, Jordan detected disturbing changes in Alpha's cognitive patterns following its injuries. Specific regions controlling instinctual responses showed signs of deterioration, threatening the unprecedented balance between enhanced intelligence and natural behaviors that made its evolution possible. Alpha's neural architecture is degrading, Jordan reported, concern evident in his voice. We need to get it specialized treatment within 12 hours, or it may lose its unique cognitive equilibrium. Professor Kral approached, now wearing an emergency breathing apparatus, as the neurotoxin spread. The Generation 3 beast has a critical weakness, he explained. The extensive modifications required experimental genetic stabilizers that haven't been fully tested in combat conditions. Extended high-output operations risk triggering cascade failures in its enhanced systems. Jordan made his decision regarding the neural synchronization. Despite the P-Doctor, now risks, he would maintain the connection at current intensity. Dr. Coleman, prepare a specialized neural inhibitor calibrated to my brainwave patterns, he instructed. Design it to terminate the connection safely once we reach secured medical facilities aboard the VSS Defender. The approaching Generation 3 beast let out a resonating growl that vibrated through the entire section as environmental alarms continued their urgent warning. Jordan, Flora, and Dr. Coleman moved toward the extraction corridor where Commander Vorik's remaining security personnel had established their final defensive perimeter. Behind them, Alpha continued its strategic engagement with the Generation 3 beast, buying precious time despite its injuries. Through their neural connection, Jordan felt every impact as if it were happening to his own body. Jordan felt Alpha's pain as intensely as his own. The enhanced beast's calculated engagement with the Generation 3 beast transmitted through their neural link with startling clarity. Each impact, each tear of muscle and scrape of claw against dermal plates registered in Jordan's nervous system like phantom wounds. Evacuation protocols initiated, Commander Vorik announced, his voice cutting through the cacophony of environmental alarms. All personnel proceed immediately to designated extraction points. Admiral Valen checked the structural integrity readouts on his display, his expression tightening. The neurotoxin has compromised primary support struts in sectors 7 through 12. Complete structural failure estimated in 14 minutes, 47 seconds. That's significantly less time than we initially calculated, Flora said, adjusting settings on her atmospheric monitor. All personnel abandon non-essential equipment, ordered through the station-wide communication system. I repeat, abandon all non-essential equipment and proceed directly to extraction points. Jordan quickly assessed the research materials surrounding them. Years of work, irreplaceable data recordings, specialized equipment, all of it faced imminent destruction. He grabbed the primary data cores containing the neural mapping sequences and synchronization algorithms. These are irreplaceable, he said, handing them to Dr. Coleman. Everything else can be reconstructed from the baseline data. Through the neural link, Jordan sensed Alpha's condition deteriorating. The enhanced beast had tained multiple lacerations across its torso and a fractured right forelimb, yet it continued maintaining tactical position against the Generation 3 beast. Most remarkable was Alpha's neurological response. It systematically rerouted neural pathways around damaged tissue, preserving operational capability despite significant injuries. As this process unfolded, Jordan experienced fragments of Alpha's physical agony. The shared trauma deepened their neural bond in unexpected ways. Dr. Coleman scanned Jordan with his medical device. Your brain activity is mirroring Alpha's pain management neural architecture. Fascinating, your hippocampus and amygdala are developing new connection patterns identical to those we observed in Alpha during stress adaptation tests. Is that dangerous? Flora asked as she worked to secure the portable synchronization equipment. Potentially beneficial, actually, Coleman replied, though the implications for neural independence are concerning. Your brain is adopting predator survival mechanisms, Jordan. Professor Crowell approached from an adjacent corridor. "I've secured access to a maintenance transport vehicle, an 8-wheeled crawler normally used for equipment transport. It has sufficient capacity for your team and the synchronized specimens." Jordan nodded appreciatively. "How did you—" "I designed portions of this station," Crowell explained, leading them through a maintenance access point. "There are advantages to being considered a valuable consortium asset." The transport vehicle waited in a service bay, a massive 8-wheeled crawler with reinforced cargo compartments and a separate control cabin. Its rugged design, meant for hauling heavy station components, provided ample space for their evacuate doctor needs. "The conventional evacuation routes are already compromised," Crowell said, activating the vehicle's systems. "This transport can navigate maintenance tunnels to reach the VSS Defender's docking position." As they secured the portable synchronization equipment, Jordan's monitors displayed warning indicators. The neural strain was reaching dangerous levels, but terminating the connection now would leave Alpha vulnerable. He accepted the risk, maintaining synchronization intensity despite Dr. Coleman's concerned glance at the readings. "Admiral," Flora called, checking her atmospheric monitor. "The Generation 3 beast has broken through the oxygen-depleted zone we created." Jordan doctored visual feed through Beta's enhanced visual cortex. The massive predator showed visible signs of physiological stress, labored breathing, microscopic tears forming in its enhanced musculature, but it maintained operational capability by modifying its breathing pattern to conserve oxygen. "It's adapting," Jordan observed. "Selvig programmed contingency responses for environmental countermeasures." The maintenance transport's engines activated with a low rumble. Professor Crowell took the controls while Dr. Coleman converted cargo restraints into secure harnesses for the synchronized beasts. Jordan directed Beta through the Neuralink, coordinating 5 synchronized Nexus beasts to establish defensive positions at critical junctions. Instead of directly engaging the superior Generation 3 beast, the synchronized beasts implemented sophisticated delay tactics, strategically damaging corridor supports, repositioning station equipment to create obstacles, and establishing sequential fallback positions. "Their coordination is remarkable," Admiral Valen noted, watching the tactical display. "They're creating interlocking defensive zones without verbal communication." An unexpected movement caught Jordan's attention. The juvenile Nexus beasts, having established rudimentary communication with Professor Crowell, were systematically entering adjacent laboratories. They emerged carrying research samples, data storage devices, and documentation relating to neural synchronization and cognitive development. "They're preserving the research," Jordan said, astonished. "They understand what's happening, what's at stake." The juveniles brought the materials to the transport, organizing them with surprising care before taking positions near the adult specimens. Admiral Valen received an emergency communication from Admiral T-Prax aboard the VSS Defender. Commander Selvig's neural patterns show dangerous instability consistent with neural overload. The control link with the Generation 3 beast is causing progressive damage to his nervous system. If Selvig loses consciousness or dies, the Deadman switch will activate, Valen explained to the group. T-Prax is dispatching a Vulcan medical team to attempt remote stabilization. The facility shuddered as another support structure failed. Emergency force fields activated, containing atmospheric pressure but glowing red with warning indicators. 7 minutes until complete structural collapse, Flora announced, checking station sensors. And the neurotoxin containment barriers are beginning to fail. She moved to a doctor, Trawl terminal, analyzing emergency systems. The bulkhead controls, I can reprogram them to create a sealed evacuation pathway directly to the VSS Defender's docking port. It would cut our evacuation time by half. What do you need? Jordan asked. Physical access to 3 separate control junctions, she explained, displaying their locations on the station schematic. They're in different sections of the facility. Jordan nodded, directing 3 synchronized beasts through the neural link. Sending units now. Doctor. Coleman completed modifications to the transport vehicle, establishing a protected central position for the synchronization equipment. He prepared an emergency medical support system for Jordan, whose vital signs indicated dangerous strain. Intravenous stimulants and neural stabilizers, the doctor explained, inserting a delivery line into Jordan's arm. This will temporarily mitigate the symptoms, but you need specialized medical intervention within 2 hours to prevent permanent neurological damage. Professor Crowell accessed a secured personal device, transmitting compressed data packets to contacts outside the consortium. Insurance, he explained. Multiple research institutions will receive documentation of both the consortium's ethical violations and your breakthrough with the synchronized beasts. The scientific community deserves to evaluate this properly. Through Alpha's sensory input, Jordan detected the Generation 3 beast-changing tactics. Instead of following their direct path, it had diverted into maintenance conduits, bypassing standard tracking systems. It's attempting to cut us off, Jordan realized. Terminal calculations suggest it's targeting an intercept course at the corridor midpoint. Without conscious direction from Jordan, Alpha immediately abandoned its defensive position, moving to intercept the Generation 3 beast at the anticipated breakthrough point. This independent tactical decision demonstrated integration of Jordan's strategic thinking patterns into Alpha's decision-making process. The transport reached the halfway point in the sealed evacuation corridor when a tremendous impact shook the bulkhead to their right. Metal twisted and concrete shattered as the Generation 3 beast tore through the reinforced materials with terrifying efficiency. Alpha arrived at the breach point simultaneously, launching itself at the larger predator without hesitation. The 2 enhanced beasts co-doctored with bone-jarring force. Through their neural connection, Jordan experienced Alpha's absolute commitment to delaying the Generation 3 beast a suicide defensive action with full awareness of the fatal consequences. This self-sacrificing decision, made independently by Alpha, triggered unprecedented neural activity in Jordan's brain. The monitoring equipment recorded intense activation in regions associated with empathetic response and crisis decision-making. That's genuine bi-directional emotional communication, Dr. Coleman said, watching the neural readings with astonishment. Theoretically possible but never before confirmed in cross-species neural connections. The transport continued toward the VSS Defender's docking port as structural integrity alarms blared throughout the station. Emergency force fields activated in cascading sequence as primary support systems failed. Station separation protocols initiating, Admiral Valen announced. Critical containment failure imminent. We must complete Doctor, ocking in 3 minutes, 17 seconds. Jordan monitored Alpha's rapidly deteriorating condition through their neural link. The synchronized beast sustained catastrophic injuries in its confrontation with the Generation 3 beast, but continued fighting despite massive system failures throughout its enhanced physiology. As the transport approached the VSS Defender's docking port, Jordan made his decision. He disconnected his medical support system and moved toward the exit hatch. I'm going back for Alpha, he stated simply. Dr. Coleman moved to block him. That's suicide. Structural collapse is imminent. Jordan easily sidestepped the doctor, his movements displaying enhanced coordination and strength drawn from the neural synchronization. I won't abandon him. Before anyone could stop him, Jordan exited the transport, Beta, and 2 other synchronized beasts immediately following his lead. They moved with unified purpose back toward Alpha's position against the approaching tide of evacuation personnel. Admiral Valen watched the tactical display, faced with an impossible decision. Emergency separation countdown holding at 3 minutes. Diverting remaining power resources to stabilize structural sections around Jordan's position. That contradicts all standard emergency protocols, Flora noted. Some things transcend protocol, Valen replied. T-Prax, focus on neutralizing the Deadman switch threat. We'll handle extraction. Jordan raced through corridors increasingly distorted by structural degradation. Through the neural link, he experienced Alpha's fading strength as the synchronized beast continued its desperate battle against the Generation 3 predator. Both enhanced creatures approached biological failure points simultaneously, Alpha from catastrophic injuries, the Generation 3 beast from enhancement system overload, as Commander Selvig pushed it beyond sustainable thresholds. Emergency force fields flickered as power fluctuated throughout the failing station. Jordan reached the confrontation point and found Alpha barely standing, its enhanced musculature torn and bleeding from dozens of wounds. The Generation 3 beast moved with increasingly erratic coordination as Selvig's neural control deteriorated. Jordan approached Alpha, placing his hand directly on the synchronized beast's head, intensifying their neural connection through physical contact. The enhanced link provided immediate insights into Alpha's specific neural damage patterns. Jordan identified critical failure points where emergency intervention might stabilize the beast's condition long enough for extraction. Behind him, Beta and the other synchronized beasts established a defensive perimeter, watching the Generation 3 beast with calculated precision as its enhancement systems began shorting out in sequence. The Predator's movements became increasingly uncoordinated as Commander Selvig's neural control wavered. Through station emergency channels, Admiral Valen's voice reached them. Modified emergency separation initiated. Structural stabilization fields at maximum capacity. You have 3 minutes to reach extraction zone Delta 7. Jordan worked quickly, applying emergency medical procedures to Alpha's most critical injuries while maintaining their intensified neural link. The synchronized beast's eyes fixed on him with an intelligence that transcended any conventional understanding of predator cognition. The station shuddered violently as another primary support failed. Their time was rapidly running out. The station shuddered violently as another primary support failed. Their time was rapidly running out. Jordan knelt beside Alpha, pressing his hands against the injured beast's heaving flanks. The neural synchronization intensified beyond anything he had experienced before. Through their connection, he perceived Alpha's biological systems with extraordinary clarity, identifying cascading failures throughout its enhanced musculature and neural pathways. The Generation 3 beast lay nearby, its massive form twitching erratically. Commander Selvig's failing neural control created increasingly chaotic impulses throughout the creature's specialized systems, causing unpredictable spasms. "I'm not leaving you," Jordan whispered to Alpha. The words were unnecessary given their shared consciousness, but he felt a human need for the verbal connection. Beta and the other synchronized beasts formed a protective perimeter, their enhanced senses monitoring the deteriorating environment for immediate threats. One beast secured the emergency medical kit Jordan had grabbed during his return journey. Jordan accessed Alpha's neural architecture directly through their synchronized link. He identified 3 critical failure points in the beast's central nervous system, where combat damage had severed crucial connections. Using techniques he had observed during the consortium scientists' work, Jordan carefully redirected neural pathways around the damaged sections, essentially rewiring Alpha's nervous system through their shared connection. Admiral T-Prax's voice crackled through Jordan's communication device. "The consortium vessel's reactor has inted Doctor, preliminary destabilization sequence. Commander Selvig's life signs indicate terminal neural collapse. We estimate complete reactor failure in approximately 4 minutes, 30 seconds. The Generation 3 beast released a strangled roar as its own systems began catastrophic failure. Selvig's dying nervous system could no longer maintain coherent control over the enhanced predator, creating chaotic neural impulses that triggered random muscle contractions and sensory hallucinations throughout its specialized systems. Jordan administered Dr. Coleman's specialized compounds to Alpha, injecting stabilizers directly into key neural clusters while monitoring their effects through the synchronized connection. He felt Alpha's systems respond cellular repair mechanisms accelerated, while metabolic processes recalibrated to prioritize critical functions. The beast's amber eyes focused on Jordan with unmistakable recognition, communicating understanding through their shared neural architecture. Admiral Valen's urgent transmission interrupted. Emergency separation initiating in 60 seconds. Structural collapse has reached critical threshold. All personnel must evacuate immediately. This is final warning. The station's remaining structural supports emitted ominous groaning sounds as metal stress points reached failure thresholds. Environment systems fluctuated wildly, creating unpredictable atmospheric pressure changes that popped Jordan's ears painfully. Through Alpha's enhanced senses, Jordan detected approaching atmospheric contamination. The neurotoxin dispersal had reached adjacent corridors, with concentration levels that would prove fatal within seconds of exposure. Jordan made a desperate decision. He reconfigured the portable neural synchronization device, inverting its standard operating parameters to create a distributed connection rather than centralized control. This modification, based on theoretical work he had reviewed in Professor Crowell's transferred files, would allow him to extend neural stabilization across all 4 beasts simultaneously, creating a shared network where stronger specimens temporarily supported failing systems in damaged individuals. "I need you all," Jordan said to Beta and the accompanying beasts, gesturing them closer as he completed the modifications. Complete circuit. The enhanced predators responded with perfect understanding, positioning themselves in physical contact with both Jordan and Alpha. The modified synchronization field activated, creating a rippling blue energy pattern visible across their connected forms as neural activity synchronized across all 5 beings. Through this distributed connection, Alpha drew sufficient neural support to regain basic motor function. The beast rose unsteadily, leaning against Jordan as the synchronized group began moving toward the evacuation route. Their progress remained painfully slow. Alpha's physical injuries limited movement speed despite the neural support, and the collapsing structure created constantly changing obstacles requiring careful navigation. The Generation 3 beast, operating on fragmented instinctual impulses without Selvig's control, began pursuing the synchronized group. Its movements lacked previous tactical precision, but retained terrifying power, driving it forward despite catastrophic system failures throughout its enhanced physiology. The creature operated on pure predatory instinct, now pursuing perceived prey without strategic consideration or self-preservation concern. Admiral Valen's final warning echoed through emergency communication systems. Emergency separation commencing in 20 seconds. All bulkheads sealing. May logic guide those remaining. Jordan perceived the pursuing Generation 3 beast's condition through Alpha's enhanced senses. The creature's specialized systems had begun irreversible cascade failure, with neural control implants shorting out completely as Commander Selvig's life signs terminated aboard the consortium vessel. This final loss of control triggered the beast's most primordial instincts, overwhelming aggression without restraint or direction. As the synchronized group reached a critical junction, the Generation 3 beast lunged in a final desperate attack. Jordan experienced the creature's approach through multiple sensory inputs. Simultaneously, Alpha's acute hearing detected muscle tension preparation. Beta's thermal sensitivity registered the sudden energy surge of final exertion, and his own human intuition recognized the desperate commitment of a dying predator's last attack. In perfect neural synchronization, Jordan and the four beasts responded as a single coordinated entity. Beta and the two supporting beasts positioned themselves to redirect the Generation 3 beast's momentum, while Jordan and Alpha executed a precisely timed sidestep maneuver. The massive creature, unable to adjust its trajectory with failed neural systems, crashed through the weakened bulkhead beside them, its momentum carrying it into a section already experiencing decompression from structural failure. The synchronized group continued their desperate journey as emergency bulkheads began sealing throughout the station, marking imminent section separation. Their path narrowed to a single possible route, a maintenance access tunnel leading directly to Auxiliary Docking Port 7, where Admiral T-Prax had dispatched an emergency shuttle despite evacuation protocols officially ending. Jordan felt Alpha's systems approaching final failure despite the distributed neural support. The beast's enhanced metabolism had nearly exhausted available energy reserves, while accumulated cellular damage approached irreversible thresholds. Through their connection, Jordan experienced Alpha's absolute commitment to continuing forward, despite these failures prioritizing the group's survival above individual preservation in a manner transcending mere instinct. The maintenance tunnel terminated at a sealed emergency airlock, the final barrier between them and the waiting shuttle. The control panel displayed emergency lockdown status, implemented automatically during separation protocols. Jordan attempted to override using Admiral Valen's emergency codes, but the system returned authentication failure as central computer connections had already been severed in preparation for section detachment. Alpha approached the sealed airlock and placed one massive paw against the control interface. Through their synchronized connection, Jordan perceived Alpha's intent, redirecting remaining energy reserves to interface directly with the electronic system. The beast channeled specialized bioelectric energy through modified neural pathways, original Doctor designed for enhanced sensory processing, creating an electromagnetic pulse precisely calibrated to trigger the airlock's emergency override circuit. The airlock cycled open as station-wide announcements confirmed separation sequence entering final phase. Jordan supported Alpha's failing body as the synchronized group entered the airlock chamber, the massive Predator's systems shutting down progressively as remaining energy reserves depleted completely. The outer door cycled open, revealing the emergency shuttle, where Flora stood at the entrance with Dr. Coleman and Lieutenant Solik, ready to assist. Jordan. Flora called, rushing forward to help transfer Alpha's massive form into the shuttle's specialized containment area. We convinced Admiral T-Prax to send one final extracty doctor team. The Admiral said no one gets left behind, not even apex predators. The shuttle detached from the station just as emergency separation commenced. Through viewport windows, they witnessed massive structural components detaching in carefully sequenced patterns, jettisoning critically damaged sections, including the entire containment facility. Simultaneously, the VSS Defender launched precision strikes against the consortium vessel's propulsion systems, preventing potential explosion fragments from threatening the station's core sections. Aboard the shuttle, Dr. Coleman, immediate doctor, connected Alpha to advanced life support systems, while Flora assisted Jordan in detaching from the portable synchronization equipment. The severance caused immediate physiological shock. Jordan's vital signs fluctuated dangerously as his nervous system attempted to re-establish normal parameters after prolonged integration with the enhanced beasts. Lieutenant Solik, Adam Doctor steered emergency stabilizers while monitoring neural activity patterns that showed unprecedented complexity for human brain architecture. Alpha won't survive without maintaining neural synchronization, Dr. Coleman announced after completing initial assessment. Too many critical systems depend on the enhanced neural support. We need to decide immediately whether to maintain artificial support or allow natural termination. Jordan, despite his own precarious condition, reached toward the massive predator. "Reconnect us," he instructed with absolute certainty. "Full integration." Dr. Coleman exchanged concerned glances with Lieutenant Solik. "Jordan, this level of synchronization might be irreversible after so much neural adaptation. You've already developed permanent structure, Doctor, changes in your brain architecture. Further integration could make separation impossible without causing permanent damage to both of you." "I understand," Jordan responded, his voice steady despite physical weakness. "It's Alpha's only chance and it's my choice." Flora moved to Jordan's side, grasping his hand firmly. "You're sure about this? What about returning to Earth eventually?" Jordan smiled weakly. "Some explorers set out never planning to return home unchanged. This connection, it's something beyond what either of us could be separately." The shuttle docked with the VSS Defender as Doctor. Coleman completed reconnection of the specialized synchronization equipment, this time utilizing the Vulcan vessel's advanced medical technology to create a stable, sustainable neural link. Jordan felt Alpha's consciousness rejoin his own, the beast's failing system stabilizing as the connection restored crucial neural pathways. The experience transcended conventional human perception, creating a shared awareness integrating human analytical thinking with predator instinctual knowledge in unprecedented harmonization.